Good morning, everybody. We are back on the record in case number 2024-00310, electronic application of East Kentucky Power Cooperative for a CPCN to construct a new generation resource. And I believe we were just awaiting the last witness from applicants. You may call when you're ready.
We call Julia Tucker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
Julia J. Tucker, 4775 Lexington Road, Winchester, Kentucky, East Kentucky Power, and I'm Vice President of Power Supply and Planning.
Okay, counsel.
And Ms. Tucker, did you file testimony and responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
And we heard from Mark Horn that there was a couple of data requests that got mixed up.
Yes, ma'am.
You are responsible for number 38, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was the joint interveners.
Yes,
First-
3-30.
Okay. And then you're also still a co-respondent on 39.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any other corrections to make to any of your responses?
I do have one more.
Okay.
On the commission staff fourth data request, apologize, I thought I had it marked. Must be the third. There is it.
PSC 3-8.
3-8, that sounds right. Yes, ma'am. Page 2 of 2, thank you. The first column says 12/23/2022. The fourth column says 12/23/2022, and it should say 12/24/2022. All of the demand response numbers are correct. The date is incorrect in that fourth column.
And is that the only other correction that you would like to make?
It is.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same with those edits?
Yes.
Is it your desired intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding today?
It is.
The witness is available for cross.
Mr. West?
Hi, how are you?
Good morning.
Can you just very high level give your understanding of what the supply situation is in the PJM RTO?
Yes, sir. The supply is getting constricted. The load, the reserve is coming down rapidly, faster than thought maybe 3 to 5 years ago. The capacity market pricing is reflecting that restriction in the market. It's rising, which should give a signal that additional investment is needed in capacity in the PJM market.
Okay. And I believe someone either asked you a data request, or I believe that's right, about your understanding of the commission's expectations with regarding to serving native load. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Just can you reiterate what your understanding is of that?
Correct. We are the load serving entity, so we have the obligation to serve that load, and we are expected to have firm resources to cover our entire load, whether it's summer or winter peak, and ensure that we have firm capacity to do so. Preference would be for steel in the ground, if you will, but we can also utilize firm power purchases if they are secured by a resource.
And so I guess my question based on those two facts is, to you, doesn't that seem like a smart policy, given where PJM is in terms of supply?
I would would agree with that statement. We have basically two things we're trying to balance. One, we want to make sure we maximize our membership within the market, but then we need to make sure we've secured our load and are serving our owner members in the most economic and efficient fashion. So we need to balance both of those criteria.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Ms. Kell?
Yes, actually. Hi, Ms. Tucker.
Good morning.
Could you just speak, you were talking about maximize your value in the market. Could you speak to how this resource could be valuable in the PJM market?
Yes, ma'am. So we sell all of our generation, all of our assets into the market every day. We buy all of our load out. And the way we hedge that load is by ensuring that what we sell in is covering our price exposure in the market. This project will play very well in that market. It will be dispatched on an economic basis, and as the load changes throughout the day within PJM, as soon as that price signal goes, this unit can rapidly respond to the price signal up and down. So spikes in the prices that we can't follow today, we'll be able to we can realize those price spikes and cover those with this unit.
And which PJM markets could this resource compete in?
This project will be sold into the capacity market, will be sold into the day-ahead energy market, into the ancillaries, and then the real-time energy market as well.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, and joining interveners?
Thank you, Your Honor. 1 second, sorry. Good morning, Ms. Tucker.
Good morning.
Fresh day, so I'll introduce myself all over again. My name is Byron Gary. I represent Kentuckians for the Commonwealth and Mountain Association, and I do have a handful of questions for you. As I said yesterday, if you don't understand me or I'm not making sense, it is probably on my end, so definitely ask me to repeat any questions as needed. And just starting with your role, you said, I think, you are the Vice President of Power Supply and Planning for EKPC, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of your job, you oversee power supply planning,
Correct.
load forecasting, PJM market operations, as you were just talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Demand side management, distributed energy resources, development of renewable energy projects.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Okay, those are all within your purview. And you oversaw the development of EKPC's long-term load forecast?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that included the forecasts from the member owners as well, right?
We developed the forecast for the member owners.
Okay. You developed the forecast for the member owners?
Yes.
Okay, and then that goes into the EKPC overall?
Yes, sir.
LTLF?
Yes.
All right. You submitted as part of your testimony EKPC's sustainability plan, vintage forecast comparisons, and capacity expansion plan. Those were JJT 1, 2, and 3, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that long-term load forecast you sponsored in response to a data request from staff, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Oh, and one thing, I was not paying attention to who was in and out yesterday. Were you here for all of the testimony yesterday, or were you out for some of that?
That was here.
Okay, so you heard all of the testimony yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So the purpose of your testimony, you started by supporting the need for the project and efforts undertaken to fulfill those needs. And in support, you presented information on the LTLF and how it supported new generation. And you also talked about the paradigm shift in capacity accreditation in the PJM market, right?
Yes, sir.
And that paradigm shift, as I think you called it, was the shift from E4D, or unforced capacity, to ELCC, or effective load carrying capacity, right?
That's correct.
And the difference between that is essentially that ELCC is assigned to all capacity resources in the market, and it is based on the type of resource generally, right?
That's correct.
So there's an ELCC for gas CTs, an ELCC for natural gas combined cycles, another one for fixed tilt solar, and on, right?
That's correct.
Okay, but there's no ELCC for RICE units at this point, right?
Not at this point.
Okay. And I presume that's because there's not a large number of RICE units in the PJM market at this point.
That's correct.
Okay. So I think you, when projecting ELCCs for the RICE unit, applied something similar to what is applied for CTs?
A combined cycle.
A combined cycle, sorry. Okay. And what was that ELCC number? Do you remember off the top of your head?
Subject to check, I think it's 78 or 79%.
I had somewhere in the upper 70s in mine too, so I
Yes.
think that's probably about right. All right. And you also testified to the resources that EKPC currently has available, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I won't go through all of them, but you've got a couple of, currently a couple of coal units, or a couple of coal stations with multiple units at each, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you have 2 CTs currently, right? Or 2 stations with
Okay.
CTs.
Correct.
Okay. And then the landfill to gas. You mentioned, I think, 8.5 megawatts of solar currently on your system. That didn't include the recently approved solar though, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You recently had approved a solar project in Fayette and Marion counties by the commission.
Yes, sir.
How many megawatts was that one? Do you
There are
recall?
136 megawatts total. It's 96 megawatts at Marion County and 40 in Fayette County.
Okay, thank you. And then hydro purchases plus interruptible load and peak reduction, altogether excluding the solar, you had 3,727 megawatts in resources available, right? Does that sound about right?
That sounds
Subject to check.
correct.
Okay. If you would, I'd like to ask you some questions specifically about the load forecast. I just want to start with the summary in JJT2, your attachment to your original testimony. No, there are parts that are confidential. I'm just referring to the public columns in that one.
Okay.
So there are several columns in that. The redacted columns, I think, are referring to the load obligations without certain customers included or with certain, dedicated to certain specific customers. I'm not going to refer to those at all, to be clear.
Okay.
We'll just talk about the unredacted columns there. And forgive me, I'm going to dig it out of my binder too so that I am looking at the same thing you are. No, that's the wrong binder. Apologies. All right.
And we have copies of that as well to make it easier if you all want to look at those.
And that's that you're handing out now, that's the full long-term load
Yeah.
forecast, not JJT2, right?
Okay.
Okay. So I'll get to this in just a minute, but while they're handing those out, I'm just gonna start with what's in your testimony originally. Starting with the winter demand, that's the first column there, right? The first column gives
Yeah.
winter years, and winter spans 2 years, because it's generally like December through February, I
That's-
assume.
That's correct.
Okay, so it starts in 2009 to 10. And just scanning down the first row, that's your actual peak winter demand, right?
That's correct.
On EKBC system.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looks like it varies from roughly a low of, 2,481 in the 2011-2012 winter. Is that the lowest that you see?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the peak in that one is 23-24, 3,754, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And those last 2 years, 22-23 and 23-24, those were peaks during Winter Storm Elliott and Winter Storm Jerry, right?
That's correct.
And Elliott in particular, you said occurred during an unprecedented event and weather normalized, it was in line with forecasted expectations in your testimony. Does that sound familiar?
Forecasted extreme, yes.
But that was an unprecedented event at the time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know your winter peak outside of those events in each of those years during 22, 23, and 23, 24 offhand? I don't think it's in your testimony, so I'm just curious whether you know, aside from those peaks during the storms, if you know what the peak would have been.
No,
No?
these
Okay.
are our peaks.
I understand, but aside from those, like your next highest load event,
No.
not aware. That might be something we request post-hearing. And during those events, EKPC didn't experience any service interruptions, right? Other than normal, like, down lines and stuff, you didn't shed any load?
We did not.
Okay. Do you know how long the peak in each of those years was sustained? How many hours of peak load you had?
I know in Winter Storm Elliott, there were over 48 hours of very high load. Now, whether we were that was the actual peak hour, but the loads were high. I know for over 48 hours, the January of 24, I believe, was a similar duration. This year's was more like a week. And
You keep those hourly loads
We do.
recorded, right? So if we requested those for those couple of years, you can produce those.
yes,
And Your Honor, just to be clear, I think in the past we've noted or requested the opportunity to request post-hearing data requests. Do I need to request each time I note that I would like to, or just note for the record is sufficient?
I don't think you would have to. It's helpful, you
Okay.
know, for heads ups,
Okay.
so they can be gathering things, but you do not have to.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And part of your position also, turning a little bit, is PJM market operations, you said at the beginning, right?
correct.
Okay. And if you give me just 1 minute, I'm gonna pull something up. Make sure I'm clicking into the right place here. All right. And whenever able, yeah, perfect. That is so seamless, it's cool. Do you recognize this this document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is something you would have reviewed as part of your job, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Overseeing PJ market operations. Can you describe what this appears to be, at least based on that first page?
This is PJM's long-term load forecast report.
Okay. And for the record, I'd like to mark this as JI Exhibit 2. I think I marked an exhibit yesterday but didn't move for admission, but just to keep the record clear, I'll go with 2 on this one.
This is not in the,
This is not in the record as far as I'm aware. Like although I didn't think that the application yesterday that I marked as 1 was in the record. So correct me if I'm wrong. This isn't, to your knowledge,
This is
something
not
that
in
you
the
produced? Okay. So marking this as JI Exhibit 2, this is the PJM long-term load forecast, and you recognize it because you would have reviewed it as part of your job.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so far as you can tell from the cover page, this appears to be an accurate copy of what you would have reviewed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as I go through just a couple of quick things in it, if that changes at any point, let me know. But referring to page 7 of this document, this is a map of the PJM RTO, the Regional Transmission Organization generally, right? And within all those.
It is the Regional Transmission Organization.
Yes, this is the map of the RTO in
That's
full.
correct.
Okay, and all these different color blocks are different utilities that are a part of the PJM RTO, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
These are the load areas
Thank you.
within.
we have to be precise with our words
We
when
do.
talking about PJM, I appreciate that. These are the different load zones within the PJM market, right?
Correct.
Okay. And just looking at Kentucky, and let me know if you need me to zoom in a little bit, but I see from here, EKPC is that big yellow block, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then to the right of that in the purple, KP parentheses AEP, that would be Kentucky Power, which is part of that AEP load zone, right?
Correct.
So that's where your distinction becomes important, because Kentucky Power, for example, is a part of that larger AEP purple block there, which spans several states, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then just to the north of EKPC, that appears to say DEOK-KY and DEOK Ohio. That's Duke Energy, Ohio, Kentucky, and there's Kentucky and Ohio portions of that. But together they form the DEOK zone, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So each of those make up part of the market here in Kentucky. And there's a load forecast specifically for each EKPC zone, right?
For the load, the LDA.
For the LDA. And then flipping ahead to page 33, do you recognize this page?
I do.
Okay, and this is the load forecast for EKPC from PJM. For the EKPC zone.
Load zone, correct.
Okay. And looking closely at the forecast there, there's wind peak, that orange line, or WN peak, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the orange line. Forecast 2024 is the blue line, and then forecast 2025 is that green line that extends all the way to the end, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And just looking at that, it appears that the winter peak on the bottom graph for EKPC from PJM starts at right around 2,800 megawatts or so, right?
Correct.
Okay, and it extends out to, by 2045, somewhere around 3,000 megawatts, I'm gonna guess. Does that appear about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Turning back to the very beginning, Ms. Honecker asked you about your response, sorry, it was originally Mr. Horn's response to the third set of data requests from joint interveners, specifically request 38. And that was one that should have been marked as you, so that's your testimony, is what's in that response. Okay. And that response was to a request to explain the difference between this load forecast and the load forecast that you all produced that we just sort of went through here, which appears to be substantially higher, right?
Correct.
And the explanation was, maybe we should use precise words and turn to what you actually said, because it gets a little confusing here. The reference report forecasts the EKPC zone as load that is directly connected to the EKPC transmission system. The forecast includes load from other entities that are served from the EKPC transmission system, such as Kentucky Utilities, Louisville Gas and Electric, AEP, and Duke, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's just the first part of it, but really quickly, Kentucky Utilities and LG&E are not a part of PJM, right?
Correct.
But AEP and Duke have their own load zones as well,
Correct.
correct? Okay. And then it goes on to say that forecast does not include EKPC load that is served from other transmission systems, such as those same entities listed in the previous sentence. So, as I understand it, the PJM load forecast differs in that it doesn't account for load that is served by those other transmission systems, and does include load that you all serve with your transmission system that are part of those other zones, right?
No, it does not include our load that is on the other zones.
Okay. But it does include their load that is on your transmission system.
I have an exhibit to try to explain this, if I could introduce that.
Let's try and work through it just a little bit more first, if you don't mind. Maybe it'll help if we try to get, if we can get a little bit more in the weeds really quickly, sorry. You mentioned that you're a load
And
server.
we can use that for demonstration purposes. We don't have to introduce it into the record if that would be helpful as to, for right now. I mean, that's
Well,
just
it's
kind
his
of,
witness, so
yes.
if he wants to have a demonstrative, he can.
Let's work through a little bit more and see if we come back to the exhibit maybe.
if I could this report is a forecast that, of load that is PJM load served on the PJM transmission.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
And EKPC's load is a part of that system.
It is part of that system, but not all of EKPC's load is on the PJM transmission system. The state of Kentucky was developed as a single, was planned
Yeah.
on a statewide basis. So there is load served from various transmission lines that might or might not be owned by that transmission owner. So we have substations on the KU, LG&E, AEP, and Duke Energy systems. They likewise have substations on the East Kentucky transmission system.
Mm-hmm.
This report is specifically PJM load on PJM transmission.
Yeah. Why don't we see if, let's make it as simple as possible. Maybe if you have an exhibit that you think simply
Okay.
explains this, let's go ahead and see if we can get through that. Because I genuinely am a little bit confused by the difference here and want to see if we can
Yes.
come to an understanding.
So when we entered PJM, we had this very same question. That's why I'm very comfortable with what we've got here. We asked them, how do we reconcile between what we see as our load and what you report in this report, forecast report that you have? And they gave us, this came from PJM, of how to get to that number. And so what they're showing is that there's AEP, and you see it, the big line there, and there's a small portion that's the substation that's on our system.
Okay, and can I ask a clarifying question before you move
Yes.
forward? These are not like proportionate, right? They're not to
No.
scale? Okay,
No.
just
This
making
was
sure.
just for illustrative
This is just for
purposes.
illustrative,
Right.
okay.
And this is the Duke Energy, Ohio, Kentucky, KU, LG&E, and the East Kentucky. And so the way you have to get from there to our load is that this big circle that they have, which is showing theirs, does not include the East Kentucky load on the LG&E KU system, does not include our Salt Lick and Pelfrey substations, and it does not include our Long Branch substation. So this green circle is what, without the little circles, is what is reported in this report. To get to the East Kentucky total load, which PJM does because they charge us our load obligation, is then they take what is in there and they add these back in to it to get to our load obligation.
So your load obligation includes load for Duke and for AEP?
No, our load obligation includes substations, East Kentucky substations that are served from those two transmission.
Okay, and those two transmission systems would be connected to capacity from those other utilities then as well, I presume. So the substation in your system that is connected to Duke would also be connected to, say, East Bend.
Electrically, but the obligation is ours.
You have an obligation to serve that part of the transmission system even though it serves Duke customers.
We have the obligation to provide resources to serve that amount of load.
Which includes Duke customers, LG&E customers, KU customers, and Kentucky Power customers.
That's correct. Just like we have an obligation to ensure that we have enough resources to serve the load that is on the KU LG&E transmission, they have the obligation to ensure there are enough resources to serve their load that's on our transmission system.
Okay.
So each of the other colored circles that have some green in them means that they're serving some of the KPCs.
We have, correct.
Is that a contractual obligation or is
Yes.
contractual?
It,
Um,
the system is set up such that you provide enough generation
Okay.
that it's serving your load. So
Okay.
when you're balancing, you've got the obligation to serve it.
So your obligation as a load-serving entity is based on your unforced capacity obligation, right? And that unforced capacity obligation is essentially what you're talking about.
That's right.
That would be that green circle.
obligation has to cover all of,
That big
everything
green
that's in this
circle.
circle.
Okay. And that unforced capacity obligation is something that you would track by year. You know what your unforced capacity obligation coming up, say 26, 27 is at this point.
I know what 25, 26 is for
Okay.
sure. 26, 27 has not cleared.
Okay. And you would track those for past years as well, right?
That's correct.
If I were to ask you what those were, I'm assuming you don't know those numbers off the top of your head.
I do not. And
Okay.
they are, the PJM obligation is based on our summer peak. Because they are a summer peaking system, so those obligations are based on summer peak.
So what you have to meet for PJM purposes is based on that summer peak in the top graph here in this 2025 load forecast, or load report, sorry, right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you, aside from the forecasts in JJT2, forecast what that unforced capacity obligation is going to be going out for the next several years?
We do.
Okay,
And that would be in JJT 3.
okay. So that,
And if I could if I could show
Yeah.
an exhibit for that, to try to help explain, because it is confusing. So if you look at just the summer portion of what's in JJT 3,
to be clear, this is just what's in the JJT3 that you're putting up right now. It's just a portion of that?
yes.
Okay,
Yes, it's a subset of that, but it's tried to try to explain what we look at our summer peak, and we compare what our peak forecast has been compared to what PJM says our load obligation has been. And so the difference between what our peak said for 25, 26, and what PJM said it was PJM was 6% less than us. So we reduced the 6%, and then we said we still need to carry a reserve, because none of this is exact. If we're gonna go forward, we need to, so we put a 7% reserve.
and that
On that
7% reserve was put on top of the winter capacity forecast as well?
We're not, this is summer,
I'm sorry,
just talking
yes,
about
that's put on
summer
top
right
of the summer, I'm sorry,
Just
I
talking about
misspoke, thank you
summer
for
right
correcting
now.
me.
So that's how we come up with our load obligation. We added the 7%, so we said this is how much capacity we will be expected to buy from the PJM capacity auction. When the auction clears, we have to buy our load obligation out of that, right?
Mhm.
And the way we hedge the price of doing that is selling generation into that same capacity auction.
Okay,
So what we want to make sure that when we're forecasting that and that we're looking forward, that we have enough capacity to sell into that market to cover our obligation, so that our costs are hedged on that, because the market has fluctuated anywhere from $20 a megawatt day up to just cleared $393 a megawatt day. So that's a huge risk
mhm,
that we want to make sure we cover our our price exposure on that. So we forecast how much we're gonna have to buy from that market. We put some reserve on it so that we make sure we've covered it. That's what the capacity required is. And then we compare that to our existing summer capacity. And our existing summer capacity has been adjusted by the ELCC that PJM defined.
Okay,
for
so just to
us.
be clear, so the existing capacity for summer appears to be significantly lower than the existing capacity for winter, and that's because that ELCC has been applied.
That's correct.
Okay, in addition to that ELCC, you do apply that 7% reserve margin to your load obligation, and then that's the difference. That capacity required is based on that summer peak plus the 7%, minus your existing capacity, which is reduced by that ELCC, and that's how you come up with the next column, which I don't think, oh, it is there, yeah, that last column.
Deficit
My
before
eyes are not so
capacity.
great, yeah, that deficit before capacity additions.
Correct,
And that's how that's come up with, right?
right.
Okay, I think we're back on the same page then. If I can ask one more question about that other exhibit really quickly,
Yes.
which we might, since I'm not introducing that, I'm not quite comfortable marking this as JI exhibit, but maybe we just request that as a post-hearing data request itself and get that into the record that way.
Sure.
Okay. If I can ask one question about that, just really quickly, aside from tracking your unforced capacity obligation, which is that big green circle, do you track what portion of that is serving those other substations, those specific smaller circles? Do you track that separately? What portion of that big green circle is made up by those little green and blue circles?
And you're talking about because
Yes.
this is our load on other transmission.
Do you track those as well as do you track the big circles and the little circles, basically, is the question?
I think when we look through our data, it's gonna be all the big circle.
Okay, you don't track what portion,
Well, we bill by all of these, so somewhere in the data is historical data for all of these substations.
okay.
But I don't forecast at that level.
Okay, but if historically, what portion of your load is made up by, sorry, I keep misspeaking. What portion of that big green circle is made up by those littler circles? Historically, you would have that
Right.
data. Okay, we may request that as well.
And that's fine. We have roughly 700 megawatts over on the KULG&E system, just to give you a flavor
Okay,
for what we're talking about.
and that would be the portion of, clarify for me, is that the portion of EKPC customers served on the LG&E KU transmission system, or the portion of their customers served by your transmission system?
That's our customers served by their transmission.
Okay,
That's
roughly
this
700
circle.
megawatts of your customers are served by their system.
Correct.
And then you get a bill for that transmission.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, I think that helps clear up a little bit. All right, zooming back out a little bit, part of the purpose of load forecasting is to make sure there's enough capacity, even in that worst case scenario, to serve everybody who needs to be served, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and there are different methods to figure out what that worst case scenario would be, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did that by recently deciding to add that reserve margin of 7% to your load forecast, right?
Correct.
Okay. And this is meant to account for that higher demand in the extreme, unprecedented recent winter events, right?
Well, there've been 3 years of it, so I'm not sure it's
Well, unprecedented was
unprecedented.
your word, I think, from your testimony, referring to Elliott.
And Elliott, yes, but it has continued
Okay.
since then.
And referring to your response to joint interveners' first set of data requests, number 10,
Yes, sir.
Okay. We requested that you provide any documentation and supporting work papers for how the current reserve margin of 7% was developed. That was the question, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you described their PJM's installed reserve margin methodology, which is intended to ensure a loss of load, or LOLE, I think is the common acronym, of no greater than 1 day in every 10 years, right?
right, it went back to, it referenced,
Oh, I'm sorry, you're
A
right.
staff
I skipped a line there.
request.
It refers back to staff 1-3.
yes,
Okay. So when we asked you about that 7% methodology, you referred us to staff 1-3, and there you mentioned that LOLE of 1 in 10.
correct,
Okay. And 1 in 10 is shorthand for 1 day every 10 years, right?
that's correct,
Okay. And that would be ensuring that there's no loss of load more frequently than 1 day every 10 years is what that's shorthand for, right?
that's correct,
Okay. And you stated, similarly, EKPC quantified its reserve margin by analyzing the 1 in 10 probability of extreme weather events on the EKPC load forecast by modeling an extreme weather event occurring every 2 years for a 48-hour period within each of those 2 years, right?
We quantified a 1 in 10 probability of, yes,
Okay. And then could you refer to joint interveners' third set of data requests, number 4?
okay,
And in that one, we asked for any work papers or modeling analysis to support this, and you referred us back to staff 1-3, right?
yes,
Okay, so you didn't conduct any modeling or any work papers to support that 1 in 10 prediction, right? That 1 in 10 is just based on that narrative description
That's
in
correct.
staff 1-3. There was no capacity expansion modeling or resource optimization or any sort of modeling, all the various types to support that LOLE of 1 in 10. That was just based on forecasting an extreme weather event similar to what's happened in the past couple of years, and that's it, it sounds like.
lots of load. That's correct.
Okay. Turning back to JJT2, and shifting gears just slightly here.
Okay,
So while you're getting there, just really quickly, the left 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 columns, those all deal with the winter capacity peak, right? Up until where it says summer in the
Yes.
top column. And then those next, I guess it's probably 7 columns again, refer to just the summer capacity obligations, right? And then-
it's the East Kentucky summer peak forecast.
Okay, yeah, not spending too much time on those, I just wanted to move over to the last one and make a distinction. This last 5 columns deal with the energy forecasts, right?
Correct.
And just to get at the difference a little bit, I've only been doing this utility stuff for a couple of years now, so it took me a while to get my head around this, I think. The first couple sets there are capacity, and those deal with the peak, the absolute like most on the system at a given time.
Correct.
And then that other portion is the overall energy needed throughout the course of all 365 years, and that's in megawatt hours. So that's like the total megawatts at every given hour summed up over the course of a year.
For 365
for
days.
365 days. Or I assume some of those are leap years, so 366, but
Okay.
yeah.
Yes,
Okay. I'm not gonna get that in the weeds. I'm not gonna be asking you about February 29th in any way here. So the year is the first column, the next column, or the first column dealing with energy. The next column is the actual energy needs for that year, right?
correct.
And then the next column is the 2020 load forecast, which was used in your last IRP, right?
Correct.
So that's marked 2020 LF IRP, because that was it was conducted, I guess, in 2020, but at the time of your 2022 IRP, that was your most recent load forecast.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the next one is the 2022 load forecast, and the last one is the 2024 load forecast, right?
Yes,
And the 2024 load forecast is the one relied on for purposes of this CPCN for the most part, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm not gonna go through every row, I promise, again, but starting at the top in 2010, the actual energy requirements for EKPC that year were 13,376,292 megawatt hours, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And skipping ahead to just the first year where you have a forecast listed here, in 2021, you had actual energy needs of 13,183,000. And I'm rounding a little bit here, but then the load forecast from your last IRP, well, the load forecast from 2020 that was relied on your last IRP, forecasted 13,500,000 roughly, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That actual in 2021 was actually slightly lower than the first year back in 2010, but, same amount roughly within a margin of error. Didn't change a whole lot between 2010 and 2021, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the load forecast was 13,500,000. It's over the actual by about 300,000 roughly megawatt hours. But moving on to the next year, 2022, the actual was 13,700,000, which actually at that time was the highest actual load seen, right? The actual in 2022 was 13,700,000, and I think, well, slightly below, but close to the highest actual ever.
On this sheet.
Actual, yes, since 2010. But the forecast was 14,421,000, so it was even higher than that. It was about 720,000 higher than the actual, right?
Correct.
Subject to check. If I throw out a number and I can't do the math that quickly either, but if it sounds about right, that's all I'm heading for here. And the 2022 forecast, sorry. The 2022 load forecast was slightly lower than what you had originally forecast in 2020. That was only 14 million or so, but it was still higher than what you actually needed to produce, right?
Correct.
And then in 2023, relying on your previous IRP, you would have needed to produce 15 million, roughly, megawatt hours, is what you forecast, right?
Yes.
But the actuals stayed about the same at 13.5 million or so. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Looking ahead at 2024, that's the first year that's forecast here for the 2024 load forecast. And the 2020 IRP forecast would have been 15,300,000, which would have been a jump of about 2 million from the 2023 actual, right?
Close.
And the 2022 load forecast was 15 million, almost 16 million, which would have been 2.5 million over your previous year's peak of 13, or previous year's total of 13.5 million, right?
Yes,
And then the 2024 load forecast revises that down some, at least for the past year, to 14.5 million, 14.6 million megawatt hours, right?
yes,
Okay. But then by 2028, it looks like the 2024 load forecast actually gets back ahead of the other two. And despite those over forecasting, each year they forecasted, by 2028, you're even over forecasting those by, well, only about 40,000 at that point, but it grows from there, right? The 2024 load forecast, I guess is what I'm getting to, is higher than the 2020 and higher than the 2022 by 2028, right?
yes.
Okay. And I just want to talk about the development of those load forecasts briefly. In each of those load forecasts we just went over, the energy needs increase by around 1 million in the first year of the forecast compared to the previous year's actuals. That's sort of what we just went over, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then for each of those, they jumped up another million the following year, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then referring to your, and that's sort of the short-term forecast for the next couple of years in each of those, and the same thing sort of happens in 2024's load forecast. Starts at 14 million, 14.5 million, and jumps up to almost 15.5 million, jumps about 800,000 megawatt hours by 2025, after jumping about 1 million megawatt hours over 2023, right?
Correct.
Okay. And turning to your load forecast that council just helpfully handed out a minute ago, let's see. If we could turn to page 16 really quickly of that, just to talk about how that, is this the confidential version? Okay, so those, I'm not going to deal with anything confidential here, but to be clear, let's steer clear of anything that's highlighted. I assume those are the confidential bits.
What page did you say?
16, sorry. And looking at the very last paragraph about those short-term load forecasts, you state that in the short term, large commercial sales projects rely on the input of owner members, and owner members having knowledge of their key accounts in the presence of industrial parks, project usage for existing large loads, and advise new consumers or consumers that are leaving. Is that what that says? So short term, at least for that large commercial portion, that's mostly from those inputs from your owner members about their large accounts?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but those aren't, those individual owner member sales projections based on knowledge of key accounts aren't in this, even in the confidential portions that I'm aware of, right?
That's correct.
Okay. EKPC did share those member forecasts in response to staff 1-1, right?
The owner member forecast, yes.
Yeah, okay. Do you have those too?
I do not.
You don't have those with you?
I
Okay.
do not. We may have them on the computer.
Yeah, I might be able to pull them up here too.
Are they confidential,
Is it
council?
staff one?
Yeah.
I think they were confidential as well, weren't they?
I was just looking at the public version, so I can pull that up if it's helpful.
Just let me know if we need to go into confidential. It's
I don't think so. I think we should be able to,
You said staff's 1-1?
I believe that is where they were. Let's see here. Oh, there were a lot of documents produced in response to staff one.
I have those as confidential in our section.
I was pulling them from the docket yesterday, so I believe they are, here we are, redacted, attachment 1A, owner member.
There's certain portions of those,
Okay.
like tables, if you're going into.
No, I'm
those
not going into tables at
Okay.
all. Just looking at the public version that I just pulled up on the screen here. This is directly from the commission's webpage, so this should be non-confidential entirely. Looking at the cover of each of those, the first one's Jackson Energy Cooperative. You already stated you developed each of these for the individual owner members, right?
Correct.
Based on their inputs. They're generally labeled EKPC at the bottom, prepared by EKPC's Power Supply Analytics Department. The individual owner members' logo may or may not be on those. And the date of those is August 2024, it says, right?
It should all be in the general same time frame, yes.
Okay. And each of those actually says August 2024, I think. Subject to check. Okay. And looking at the load forecast here, that says December 2024, right?
Correct.
Okay. Just to be clear, this application was filed in September of 2024, right?
Correct.
And part of your rationale was the 2024 load forecast, right?
So yes,
Okay.
we took the forecast before it had been completed and approved by our board of directors in an attempt to get the most recent data into this application.
And to be clear, the board approved this project in June of 2024, right? You were here during Mr. Mosier's testimony about that yesterday.
They did.
Okay,
But our load forecast is approved by the board of directors, and then it's approved by Rural Utility Service.
okay,
That had not been completed at the time that we submitted this data, but we wanted the most recent load information that we had.
okay. And this project was submitted into the PJM interconnection queue. I know you didn't sponsor this, but if I told you it was submitted about August 29th, 2024, that sound about right?
That sounds in the right time
Okay.
frame.
We went a little out of order. I can follow up with that if needed, but I'm pretty sure that's what it states in the record. And I promise I'm getting near the end here. I've only got a few more lines, it looks like. In evaluating the options for fulfilling the projected need that we just talked about there, EKPC compared the Rice project to a CT, right?
We did.
Okay. And that analysis that was conducted showed that the Liberty Rice units were necessary from a technology perspective to support increased injection of intermittent resources such as solar. I think that's what you said, right?
Yes, sir.
At various points. But EKPC didn't conduct any capacity expansion modeling as a part of this proceeding, right?
We did not.
Okay. Or resource optimization modeling.
That's correct.
Okay. And you didn't calculate the present value revenue,
Let me go back to that one just
the
a second.
capacity optimization?
The capacity optimization in the 2022 IRP, the capacity optimization was run.
Okay,
We did not run an additional optimization after that.
okay. And you didn't calculate the present value revenue requirements of this specific project, right?
We did not.
Okay. And you sort of categorically excluded certain types of resources in that comparison of the Rice project to a CT, right? You didn't consider a battery. You said that just didn't fit your needs, right?
Battery is not a generator. That's
Okay.
correct. It's a
And you didn't
storage.
consider pairing batteries with solar.
We did not, we looked at solar separately, but we did not compare
Okay.
batteries to solar in this application.
Part of the rationale for the RICE over a combustion turbine was the quick ramp rate of a RICE unit compared to a combustion turbine, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But batteries have an even more quick ramp rate, right? Can ramp within seconds. I know they're not, you already said they're not a
They are
generation
short.
resource, but they can ramp very quickly, right?
Yes,
Okay. And they weren't even considered because they are relatively new and unproven and costly based on the estimates received, and storage systems of any technology must be recharged during peak periods are not reliable peak capacity obligations, right?
correct.
Okay. Did EKPC evaluate how many battery energy storage systems are on the US, in the US in existence right now?
We have read reports of what is available and what
Okay.
is out there, yes.
I think yesterday there was testimony that there are about 25 of these Wärtsilä RICE systems in the US right now, right?
That sounds right, I don't,
Any idea how many battery systems are on the grid in the US right now?
I do not.
Okay. You didn't conduct a request for proposals. You conducted a limited request for proposals for a RICE unit. You didn't put out an all-source request for proposals as part of this project, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think in response to JI-11, you said that that was due to bad experience with past RFPs for renewable resources.
In part, yes.
Okay. But RFPs, you could self-bid into an RFP, right?
Yes,
Okay. But without conducting an all-source RFP, there's not really a way of knowing what other resources could have been bid into it, right? Or the price of those. It's just based on estimates.
it is based on estimates, it's based on market experience. We conducted RFPs for other projects,
Okay.
not including this one. The results of those gave us good indication we were not gonna find other alternatives.
And in your testimony, you mentioned the increasing penetration of solar on EKPC system as part of the reason, right?
That's correct.
And you mentioned specifically California's experience with the penetration of solar.
That's correct.
Okay. And you mentioned something called the duck curve. And the joint interview, you also mentioned that the penetration of solar in Kentucky generally, but you said you don't track the solar penetration in Kentucky in response to our request about that, right?
I thought the question was solar penetration in California.
Let's turn to JI-13, maybe real quick then. Wrong binder. And Part B, please compare the solar penetration on EKPC, Kentucky, and PJM systems to penetration in California. That was the question, right?
To the penetration in California,
Okay.
correct.
And that's Part B. Your response to Part B starts, EKPC does not produce statewide solar penetration numbers, right?
I'm not finding your, did you say second or first?
JI 1-3, Part B.
Okay.
Okay. Part B starts, EKPC does not produce statewide solar penetration numbers.
That's correct.
Okay. Solar penetration on the EKPC system includes 8.5 megawatts, plus another half a megawatt, so 9 megawatts total at the moment. And then I think you said another 136 megawatts was just approved?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have no knowledge of the solar penetration in California,
Correct.
but elsewhere you say, I believe that solar is not likely to be as helpful here as compared to sunny California. That's, I believe, in your testimony. Okay. Suffice to say, they probably have more than 146 or 136 plus 9, 145
That's
megawatts.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And just one more question, actually, and I think this one's relatively straightforward, so we're about done here. You plan to run the RICE more or less entirely on natural gas, even though it's a dual fuel, right?
That's correct.
Okay. In response to JI 121, if we can pull that up real quick. Put away my binder too soon here. Nope, sorry, that.
Okay, I've got it.
The response states that the expected annual operating rate in megawatt hours for the RICE is 1,351,637 megawatt hours from 2029 through 2039. So the first full year that it's on the system, 2029, and onwards, it'll be a little over 1.3 million megawatt hours annually that you expect to produce, right?
Yes, sir.
And the total nameplate capacity is 214 megawatts, right?
Correct.
So running all 214 megawatts, and this is absolutely subject to check, but roughly that's 6,316 hours per year, which I think matches up with the roughly 6,000 hours that you stated a few times, right? All of that would be at full 214 megawatt load to meet that energy production rate, roughly, right?
Correct.
Okay. I think that's my last question. Thank you.
Sierra Club?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have several questions for this witness. Could we maybe have a 5-minute restroom break?
Yeah, we can take the 15. We were gonna do it at 10:30, so, yeah,
I think that'd be good, and then we could get all the way through my questions without a break.
yeah, sounds fine. 15-minute break.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Chair.
Okay, back on the record in case number 2024-00310. And I believe Sierra Club ready for your cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Ms. Doctor. I know I can't introduce myself during the break, but for the record, I'm Nathaniel Show, representing the Sierra Club. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you coming back for a second. You spoke to Mr. Gary about the long-term load forecast that you prepared,
Yes, sir.
and also about that long-term load forecast projects out through 2039, correct?
Correct.
And as part of your work for this document, you also prepared a capacity expansion plan, correct?
Correct.
And I think part of that capacity expansion plan is what we see just to your right, is that right?
That's the summer needs on the right.
Yes. I'd like to just walk us through a portion of the rest of that docket. We have, I believe you provided that capacity expansion plan as an exhibit JJT3 to your testimony. Could you pull that up? And
Yes.
we will, I think your screen will reflect it in just a moment. There we go. It looks to me like the large green section in the middle, those are the capacity additions, correct?
That's correct.
And it appears that the capacity additions that are planned right now are the 214 megawatt rice facility, 745 megawatts of gas, the roughly 300 megawatts, so 300 megawatts of limited duration hydro PPAs, and some solar additions. Is that right?
Correct.
That's an accurate summary of what's in front of us.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This docket clearly is the rice units. Your EKPC is also seeking a different CPCN for the combined cycle gas plant.
Yes, sir.
And already, I think the testimony was yesterday that y'all have already received CPCNs for 2 solar projects.
That's correct.
Okay. And this was also touched on yesterday, but I'm a little unclear. Have CPCN applications been filed for other solar additions that are part of the New Era application?
They have not yet.
Those get filed later.
Correct.
Do you know if and when those are going to be filed?
I do not. I'm not.
Okay. There's some question about what happens to the New Era funding with the new federal administration, I believe. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know what the status of New Era funding is generally?
East Kentucky received the obligation letter in January from RUS, but no specific approvals have been received for funding of projects at this point.
Okay, thank you. All right, back to something that I think is a little closer to your wheelhouse. The economic analysis that was done in this case to support the CPCN application for the rice unit, EKPC prepared the cost of the rice units to the cost of combustion turbine units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was produced in response to JI 35 on February 6th of 2025. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the combustion turbines, those were the only alternative considered to the rice units. Is that right? At least for this economic analysis.
In this economic analysis, correct.
Thank you. And in addition to that economic analysis that was part of the response to JI 35, EKPC did what's called a production cost modeling using something called RT-SIM. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was produced as a supplement to SC 116 on February 14th.
Wait. 114.
Oh, yeah. I said the response was 116, and I think the date was February 14th, was the first supplemental response to 116. If you look on page 5 of the response to 116, I believe you'll see at the bottom of that, or near the middle of that page, with the last text is supplemental response.
I don't think I have the supplemental, that's,
Are you talking about the actual response or the Excel attachment?
Let's start with just the actual text
Okay, here's
response.
okay,
And that text response indicates that there are Excel files being pulled up under seal.
yes,
I do not want to pull those up. We do not need to go to confidential
Okay.
session at this time. All right, but those are inputs into something called the production cost model. Is that right?
yes.
Okay. In as plain English as possible, can you describe for us, for those that don't live and breathe utility regulation, what is a capacity expansion model? Or, production cost model?
Sure. So production cost model is modeling or estimating how generation units will operate, are expected to operate within the system. So in order to do that, we have to explain what the PJM market looks like, what the unit itself looks like, so that it can compare if it needs to dispatch or not. So as part of that, the inputs are the long-term projection of the market pricing from PJM, because we don't have the capability of modeling all of the generation units within the market system and all of the load. We're not set up to do that. So we model the long-term pricing expectations by hour, and then we describe what the generating unit looks like so that it can the model will decide if it can dispatch, it should dispatch against that price or not. The unit is described by its heat rate, by its ramp rate, by its minimum generation, its maximum generation, the cost, the fuel cost, the O&M cost. I think I've hit the majority of what's in there. There might be a few other inputs that I'm missing, but that's most of it.
Thank you. And I believe you have your response to Sierra Club 116 in front of you, is that right?
Yes,
Could you go to the last 2 pages of that? I think it should be pages 6 and 7. That is a March 14th, 2025 supplemental response, is that correct?
that's correct.
And at the bottom of 6 and then on to 7 is where you discuss the model of how it dispatched rice units against various up against the market forward prices.
Yes.
In 1B, you explain, I think, a fairly useful summary that is very close to what you just described about what production cost modeling is. And then 1C provides an Excel spreadsheet separately. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And those were March 14 of 2025, so just last week. Thank you. I believe you testified to Mr. Gary that there wasn't any other optimization modeling done as part of this application. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And no other capacity expansion modeling or market valuation modeling?
There was market valuation was in response to joint interveners through third request number 5.
Right, that is that economic comparison that we spoke about earlier between the rice facility and the CT units?
But each of those is compared against the market,
Okay,
so it's a market valuation.
thank you.
Okay.
Now, I believe you also testified to Mr. Gary that EKPC did not develop any net present value revenue requirements as part of the economic analysis of the rice units. Do I have that correct?
That's correct, we did not, because each year showed a positive value in it. Typically, a present value revenue requirements is when you have a time delay for the value, and so you show if it's valuable over the entire time, you need to compare it back to the initial costs up front. This particular analysis showed that every year, except the very initial year, was a positive valuation. There did not appear to be a need for present value of revenue requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Now, I have some more questions about these two types of economic analysis,
Okay.
the production cost modeling that you've done in response to Sierra Club's, or that was illuminated in the responses to Sierra Club's data requests, and the economic analysis that was shared in response to the Joint Intervenors 3.5 request.
Yes,
For both of those, I think you're the right person to talk to about them. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before we got any further, I wanted to make sure we had that straight.
Okay.
Ms. Tucker, I'd like to talk about the economics and the revenue comparison that EKBC did, comparing the RICE units to the CTs.
Yes, sir.
Now, this Exhibit 3, or this response to JI 3.5, that's essentially a spreadsheet that was used to determine if the RICE units or if the combustion units would result in more revenues. Is that an accurate summary?
It was a spreadsheet to show how they would respond within the PJM market, yes.
Okay. I'd like to bring that up so that we can all see what this, I think
Okay.
it'll help if we actually look at what this economic analysis is. So we're gonna bring up the spreadsheet that was produced in response to JI 3.5, and I think it should be in front of your screen right now.
Was
Okay.
that confidential or no?
No.
It was not confidential.
Okay,
Uh,
thank you. I was
but
trying to get there.
I appreciate you flagging that. If I'm ever treading on information you think might be, please do interrupt. I think the only time I'm gonna get close, I will flag ahead of time, and we shouldn't need to go into confidential session. All right, so now, this is the spreadsheet that was produced in response to JI 3.5, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the inputs into the spreadsheet is the heat rate, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you explain in plain English what a heat rate is?
Yes, sir. So it's how much fuel needs to be input into the machine to produce a megawatt of energy. So it's the efficiency by which the machine converts fuel to energy, to electric energy. The lower the heat rate, the better the conversion, less fuel is required.
And for the RICE units in this spreadsheet, we should be looking at row 3, column B, for the heat rate for the RICE units in 2029, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the heat rate indicated is 8,109 BTUs per kilowatt hour?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Tucker. I would like to now direct your attention to a different discovery response. This is JI 329. Do you see a response to JI 329?
Yes, sir.
Would you just read that first sentence of the response, please?
Of the response?
Yeah, your response begins, in response to A and B, note that the estimated, could you just read that part for us?
This is Mr. Johnson's.
Oh, this is
Yes,
Mr. Johnson's. It is, I apologize. I was looking at the wrong document. Well, in Mr. Johnson's response, do you see that he's indicated that the estimated net heat rate has been updated?
Yes, sir.
And what was it updated to?
On response 29A-7, he has a plant net heat rate total of 8,423 BTU per kWh.
Thank you. Now that heat rate of 8,423 of BTUs per kWh. That's higher than the 8,109 BTU per kilowatt hour that was used in the economic analysis as shown in the model at Joint Intervenors 3.5. Is that right?
That is correct. The heat rate for both the Rice and the F-class combustion turbine were from publicly available documents and not based on manufacturers' specific detailed data. So that they're comparable and one's not more detailed than the other. So the relativity should still be good.
Yes, and that changed though. In general, a lower heat rate's better because it indicates that less fuel is needed to generate the same amount of electricity, meaning you've got a higher efficiency and lower costs. Is that an accurate summary?
That is an accurate summary. I would expect a similar modification to be made if we went to that level of detail for the combustion turbine as well.
Did you actually, I don't mean you, I mean, did EKPC update its economic analysis to examine how the change in heat rate would change the economics of the Rice units compared to the CT units?
No, because I don't have the manufacturing data for the combustion turbine. The analysis is based on comparable level of detail in the data that's represented in the industrial reports. So
Okay.
in an EIA or an NREL type report is where this data came from, as opposed to the very specific manufacturer's data that Mr. Johnson is referring to. Now, I don't have that similar data for the combustion turbine, or you could update it if you had the comparable level of detail for both.
Understood.
Okay.
But it wasn't updated, it wasn't changed based on the manufacturer data, the analysis?
No, because it would put them on two different bases. It wouldn't be a comparable wouldn't be a good comparison between the two.
Understood. Do you have, I believe you should have the spreadsheet from Joint Intervenors 3.5 still in front of you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's another factor that goes into this revenue analysis, which is called the capacity factor.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us, again in plain English, for me and perhaps others if they don't speak this language quite so fluently, what's meant by capacity factor?
Capacity factor is the percent of time throughout the year that the unit is expected to be running at an equivalent full load position. So column B4 says that the this Rice plant would be expected to run 73.74% of the time at a full load.
That is, you said that was row 4B and for 2019 for the Rice units.
Yes, no. Road. Yes.
It certainly could have been me. All right, and I believe EKPC has, in addition to row 4, if we look at row 20, that's the capacity factor for the CTs, correct?
That's correct.
And could you tell us what that number means?
It's the percent of time that unit would be expected to run in the market at full load. So the combustion turbine for 2029, it would be expected to run 37.49% of the time.
So it's not exact, but it's something about half as much, would you say, is what the Rice units are expected to run?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe you stated, let me see if that was you. I believe you stated in response to one of Sierra Club's data requests, which was 32C, that the CT units would run some 2,659 hours per year.
That was Mr. Young's response.
32, Mr. Young.
3.2.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant 2.2. I did have it labeled as 3.2.
No,
But-
3.2
In any event.
is mine.
Okay.
And it says that our Smith, East Kentucky Smith 9 and 10 CT units are expected to run at or above 2,659 hours per year, or roughly a 30% capacity factor. Is that?
Got it, thank you, yes. And the RICE units are expected to run 6,000, a little over 6,000 hours per year? I believe 6,426, is that the hours per year it's expected to run?
It's changing, it looks like, from year to year, but it's in that 70 to 75% range.
Let's see. Yeah, could you pull up the response, which, again, thank your help, this one is yours.
Okay.
Response to staff 2.4.
Okay.
And that first sentence indicates that EKPC modeling indicates that the RICE units will run on average 6,426 hours per year from 2030 to 2039 through the end of the current planning horizon. This represents a 73.3 average annual capacity factor for the RICE units.
Correct.
I read that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And subject to check, that difference in the hours that the RICE units will run versus the hours that the CT units will run, so would be, the calculation would be 6,426, that's the hours the RICE units will run, minus the hours that the CT units will run, and that would give us roughly 3,700 hours, subject to check.
Subject to check.
Fair enough. And let's see, the production cost modeling that you ran using RT Sim, that is how you came up with the capacity factor for the RICE units, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, all right, here I want to ask you some questions about information that was provided under seal. It's confidential. I do not want you to reveal any confidential information. So, is that clear?
Okay.
Okay. Otherwise, we have to go into a confidential session. I don't think this will take that long, so. The input and output files for the production cost modeling, or RT Sim, those were provided in response to Sierra Club Data Request 116 in a supplement, which was dated February 14th. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Could you just explain what those input files are and why they would be confidential? And if you can't do that without revealing confidential information, please just let us know. But if you can explain it in broad strokes without revealing confidential information, I think it'd be helpful to understand.
Do you want to go into confidential? I think we probably need to go into confidential session just to be safe that we don't reveal any confidential information.
That's okay with me, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah.
14. And EKPC, in response to this request, produced additional supplementary discovery responses. Is that right? That was on March 14th of 2025.
What was the number?
Oh, it's Sierra Club 116.
116.
Yes.
So it's the first data request.
It is the first data request. The supplement you will find on pages 6 and 7 of that response, and the header there is March 14, 2025 supplemental response.
I need you to pull that up. I don't have the supplemental.
Oh, I think we could pull that up.
And are you referring to the Excel spreadsheet?
I am not referring to the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay.
I didn't print the supplement.
That's a PDF. I'll see 116. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Go down.
Thank you. I
Okay.
have it.
And, okay, in response to a request for hourly locational marginal pricing, EKPC produced a spreadsheet. Is that right?
Correct.
That spreadsheet was essentially locational marginal pricing for every hour of every day between now and 2039. Is that accurate?
It's accurate.
Okay. Can you explain whether that spreadsheet, was that an input to the RT sim model, or was it an output of the model?
It was an input.
Okay. And now, in that same supplementary response to 116, in response 1A, EKPC stated that the supplied monthly market forwards, which are further broken down into hourly forwards utilizing a translation process owned and maintained by ACE's Power Marketing.
Correct.
All right. And that's a summary of how the hourly data that we just indicated were confidential. Well, let me back up. That's a correct summary of how the hourly data that EKPC produced on March 14. That's an accurate summary of how those were created, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could you explain for us how that ACES input file, if the ACES and the input files are related to one another? You just said there's well, you wrote that there was a translation process owned and maintained by ACES Power Marketing. I'm trying to understand what that translation process is.
They take the public forward looking data, the forward price data, and translate that into hourly locational marginal price
Okay.
for it.
And did you compare these locational marginal prices against historic data load shape, or historic load shapes?
They have done that. They take historic information and develop the application to
ACES did that.
forecast that forward, yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
Finish your answer.
ACES does that, yes.
Okay. And did EKPC do anything to test the reasonableness of these locational marginal prices that were supplied by ACES?
Specifically, no. We've utilized these prices in many studies and many times. We don't see anything that looks odd in them. But
So you would only test the reasonableness of the assumptions from a third party like ACES if they appeared to be off in some way?
correct.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Let's move on to a different topic. I would like to discuss the capacity factor, which I believe you indicated previously for the RICE units was 73%.
Correct.
Okay. In part of our discussion today, you have referenced the EIA, that's the Energy Information Administration.
Correct.
I gather since you brought them up, you're familiar with them.
Yes, sir.
And they're a part of the Department of Energy, is that right?
That's correct.
Part of what they do is prepare data or statistics on power generation, fuel deliveries to utilities, that kind of thing.
Yes, sir.
And but you're familiar with how EIA operates and what they do?
In general,
Okay. Have you been to EIA's website?
not recently, but
Okay.
have.
Have you ever looked at EIA data on fuel deliveries to power plants?
Well, I'll show my age. I used to. There was a book produced that we read through. I can't say that I've been on the website to look at it recently.
Okay, but you are aware that they put out statistical data about power plants?
Yes,
And do you sometimes rely on EIA data in your analyses?
at times, yes.
Okay. In response to 312, Sierra Club response 312, subsection F, we asked, well, I'll give you a minute to get there. Oh, sorry, it's 3.2, not 3.12. I misspoke.
3.2 subsection,
F,
okay.
we asked EKPC to provide any information in its possession that identifies any rice unit in North America that have operated at a capacity factor of more than 65% for at least 1 year. You see that question at F?
I do.
And the response to F, which you have to go over to the next page, but it says EKPC does not have operation statistics for other rice units. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, do you think you could compile that information from data available from EIA?
I don't know the answer to that.
Are you aware that EIA keeps data on rice units?
I would assume they do. I can't say that I've looked at it, no.
All right, I would like to bring up a demonstrative exhibit that we shared with all of the parties yesterday. Yes. Now, this is EIA data on rice units that have a generating capacity of above 50 megawatts for the year
Do you have an objection?
2023.
And this was one of our objections yesterday when we started the hearing. This was provided yesterday morning at like 6:47. They have no witnesses to try to introduce this exhibit through, and it's not already in the record.
It's demonstrative.
Yes.
It's based on things that are already in the record.
It is not based on
It's
things that
not.
are in the record, but it is, at this point, I'm not asking to have
I will
this.
let you attempt to lay a foundation. And if he can lay a foundation, I'll admit it.
And I think he's already kind of asked those questions, and she said she's not familiar with the data on EIA's website. She hasn't looked at it, she doesn't know it, and that's what this is supposedly is. So I think she's already said.
Yeah, the
she
purpose
can.
of this exhibit is to provide publicly available information from the EIA, which the witness is familiar with. This data is focused only on rice plants, which are directly at issue here, and they're from, the source is all information provided by the EIA.
Ma'am, are you able to say whether these are true and correct?
I couldn't say without studying what the report itself says that they're based on.
Are you moving to admit them?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. I would just like to ask the witness questions about the information in this spreadsheet.
Yeah, if you're able to answer the questions, do, and I'll let you try a couple, but probably not gonna be admissible. I can let you try.
Understood.
Can we take a break for just 1 second, please, and let me talk to our witness?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Well, I mean,
Yeah, like 2 or 3 minutes, 5 minutes would be.
okay, but do you wanna pull her aside then? Okay, we'll go off the record.
Chairman.
Okay. Cancel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Tucker, do you know, does the KPC report data to the EIA?
I'm not sure.
I would like to have you look at the first tab of this spreadsheet. At the bottom of line 341 in bold, it says average of plants with a greater than sign of 50 megawatts. Do you see that?
I do.
This is a list of the rice plants in the United States that have a net generation capacity, or net generation, and with their capacity factor for all rice plants in the United States that are over 50 megawatt hours. If you look at column I, do you see that? It says 2023 capacity factor in blue.
I do.
Now, these plants are sorted from highest to lowest in order of their capacity factor. Does that look like what column I is doing?
It appears that way. Yeah.
And in column I, which lists the capacity factors for rice units in the United States, there's only one plant that has a capacity factor of higher than 59%. Is that accurate?
It appears on that.
And that would be the Pioneer Generating Station in North Dakota. Is that right?
That's what's listed.
And it says the capacity factor for that plant is 105%. Is that right?
It's an overachiever.
You know this better than I do, but that seems impossible to me. You cannot have a capacity factor above 100%, can you?
They've operated above what they said their nameplate. That would be my interpretation.
Ah, so it could be that. Could it also just be a data entry error?
I don't know what it is.
Okay. Now, beside the Pioneer plant, the plant with the next highest capacity factor is
And
the...
I'm gonna renew my objection. He's not, I mean,
Yeah,
we're
I
going through
think
this
we're-
whole thing. We've laid no foundation of whether or not she can verify any of this information.
I think we're probably, unless I hear differently from the witness, I think we're probably beyond things that she's had an opportunity to prepare.
Fair enough, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Sheriff, can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
I mean,
Are you asking counsel?
I'm asking the council a question. I mean, she's answered more than an hour of questions. If you have a question, to get right to the point, why don't you ask her that question? I mean, and if she can't answer it based upon all the foundation and what's in the record, then she won't be able to answer it. You think, is that unreasonable to ask?
No, Your Honor. Ms. Tucker, in response to a post-hearing data request, could EKPC provide all of the rice units in the United States with a capacity, with a generating capacity of more than 50 megawatts and sort those by their capacity factors?
I don't personally have that data. I can go to the website that you're talking about, but I would be taking it at face value. I don't have access to that data of everybody's input of how they operate it.
But you could provide the data that's available from EIA, correct?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. That would cause her to have to go through and try to, do data comparisons from information that was provided by these other utilities that she doesn't know, she doesn't have. She can't verify. He's already said that could be a data entry error that's in there. She can't verify this information and go back through it, and it's not from a third party that they work with, like ACES, that they have relied on for years and do that information.
I think she has answered that she doesn't have that data. You can make a post-hearing data request. If they don't have it available, they'll object or not be able to answer.
Yes, Your Honor. There were indicated since yesterday there would be post-hearing data requests about other rice units in the United States. We can make a post-hearing data request about other rice units in the United States with regard to capacity factors. Thank you.
I'm not ordering her to answer things she doesn't have.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. Let's talk about the capacity factor and whether how that impacts the economic analysis. I'd like to turn your attention back to the spreadsheet that you provided to joint interveners at 3.5. And that was provided on February 6th of 2025, is that right?
The request was dated February
Ah,
6th.
the-
I'm not sure when it was provided.
The request was dated February 6th, 2025. And that was after the deadline for interveners to submit testimony in this case, which was January 20th, is that correct?
Subject to check, I don't know, I don't have the
Sure.
schedule in front of me.
Subsection Subsection A of your response there. That's that spreadsheet that you provided, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if we look at that spreadsheet, the point of the spreadsheet is to compare the economics of the RICE unit and the CT units, correct?
Correct.
All right. If we look at lines 15B, that would be the economic, that would be the cost for the RICE units, the net revenue for the RICE units, and it says 0.08. The key comparison there would be between that number and the number that's at row 31, column B. That would be the same net revenue figure, but for the CT units, correct?
So C15 that you're pointing to, that says that
B15, sorry.
B15,
Mhm.
all right, that is the value of the RICE unit operating within the PJM market and the net impact on the average impact on East Kentucky's rate payers. So it's 0.48, 48 cents per megawatt hour.
And for line 31B, that's the same figure, but for the CTs, correct?
Correct,
And that's 0.8?
correct.
And so that is what tells us that the CT units are more cost-effective than the, or have a lower rate impact than the RICE units?
No, it has a higher rate
Higher
impact,
rate
it's a
impact.
loss.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, so that the record's clear. Could you restate what you just said?
It's a negative number, so it's a cost, so it's an 80 cent per megawatt hour cost for the combustion turbines, as opposed to a 48 cent per megawatt hour cost for the RICE units. And if you go on down, I think you'll see the comparison between those two. Starting with row 33 and below is the comparison.
Thank you. I would like to turn your attention to the staff's data request 1.6.
Okay?
Now, in that request, they've asked for the resource selection and resource optimization analyses, complete with all detailed explanation of all the assumptions and all potential resources. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And in response to that, EKPC did not produce the Excel spreadsheet that was provided at Joint Interveners 3.5, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Now I'd like to turn your attention to Sierra Club Data Request 1.3.
Okay.
And in 1.3, we asked EKPC to please provide supporting work papers and modeling files, not limited to all input files, output files, per year post-processing of said inputs and outputs for all portfolios and all scenarios for all years modeled in electronic spreadsheet with formulas intact, correct?
Correct.
And in response, EKPC did not include the spreadsheet that was provided to joint interveners at 3.5, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Instead, you referred us to the response to staff's 1.6? The
Correct.
response to staff's 1.6?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to turn your attention to the Attorney General's request 1-1.
Okay.
That request asked for copies of all work papers supporting calculations at issue in this proceeding, correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And in response to that, did EKPC provide the spreadsheet that was provided at Joint Intervenors 3.5?
The spreadsheet was not developed until the informal conference was held in this case. And the commission staff indicated they wanted more detail in what, and so the spreadsheet was developed in response to that and was provided as soon as it was developed.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Let's pull up that 3.5 spreadsheet. I believe it's still in front of you, I guess.
Okay?
Okay. Now, the capacity factor, you indicated that's one of the inputs into this economic analysis. That's at row 4 for the Rice units and row, I believe it's row 20 for the CT units.
That looks correct.
Okay. And this indicates in row 4 for the Rice units that the capacity factor is 0.73 with, 0.7374.
Correct.
Okay. How would the economic analysis here change if we'd used a lower capacity factor?
The capacity factor came from the RT-SIM production cost modeling, which one of the outputs of the RT-SIM production cost modeling is the expected capacity factor. So that's what this data is based upon.
Yes. How would the economic analysis change if a lower capacity factor was used?
I didn't run a lower capacity factor, so I don't know, paused. The values would change.
Do we know how would they change? Would the economics improve or would they look worse for the Rice units?
I would object. She's already answered that she doesn't know how those numbers would change. She didn't run the analysis.
Your Honor, the witness has said she doesn't know what the exact number would be. I'm wondering if we know what direction the analysis would go in.
If you know,
I don't know without thinking all the way through it.
then it's been asked next.
Thank you. Could you use this model to adjust the capacity factor to come up with how the analysis would change if you used a different capacity factor?
You can use, it would have to be in conjunction with the RT-SIM modeling to be able to completely run it all the way through.
So if you use this model in conjunction with RT-SIM, you would be able to tell us what the economic results would be if the capacity factor of the Rice units were lowered by, say, half.
You can, yes,
You could?
yes.
Okay. And if we asked a post-hearing data request for you to do that, you could produce that?
Your Honor, we can answer that in a post-hearing data request, but I would object. We should not be required to run a whole new modeling system because they want us to try to do some other capacity factor. We've said where that factor came from, that it came from the model. It would be taking hypotheticals and creating new models, which if they want to model, they can model themselves.
I was gonna let your witness answer that, but if it's something that they request that is way too much effort, then we'll not be required to answer that.
Ms. Tucker, how hard would it be to do that analysis?
It would take time and effort. I don't,
Do you have an estimate of how much time it would take?
I do not.
We talking like hours, are we talking
Your Honor,
days?
she's already said she doesn't know, that she doesn't know how long that would take.
I'm gonna take a
check.
break for 10 minutes.
I'll be right back.
Can I talk to you?
Before we go back on the record, I'll just say,
I'm sorry, you don't want to go on the record. I'm sorry.
and you may begin, counsel.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Tucker, welcome back.
Thank you.
I would like to turn your attention to a different topic, which is the production cost modeling, and specifically EKPC's response to Sierra Club 116. And this is the supplemental response, so it was provided on March 14th, just last week.
The Excel file or the response?
The response.
Okay, well, that was it. What was just open?
214.
Yeah.
What was the other one? I think it's that one. Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Tucker, do you see the response to 1B, which is the supplemental response to 1B? That's on the final page of the response.
Yes.
And that second sentence, could you read that for us, please?
In the model, as long as the hourly forward market price is greater than the variable energy cost, then the unit was dispatched within the model for that hour.
Okay, can you help unpack that for us? Does that mean that if the variable energy cost was equal to or less than the locational margin price, then the production model assumes the rice units are dispatched at 100%?
The production cost model dispatches the unit based on pricing, on economics.
And the model dispatches the unit at 100%?
If it was economic, it would.
Okay.
You would expect it would.
I thought that was what that meant. Here's the part I'm struggling to understand, which is, based on the testimony in the record, it seems that the main benefit of the rice units compared to CT units is the ability for them to ramp up quickly or not.
Correct?
But if the model is running them at 100%, they cannot ramp up. So, can you help me understand that?
The ramp rate is part of the modeling we talked about earlier. So if they ramp within 5 minutes, and these are hourly prices, it ramps within that hour, and it's there for the whole hour.
So the model is showing it producing at 100%?
Well, it would be, if it's there for 55 minutes of the hour, then that would be 55 over 60.
Okay. Would a different model, say an optimization model, have been able to show this ramping up and down with more granularity?
An optimization model has nothing, the optimization has nothing to do with this side of it. It's production cost and how. And the only way a production cost model could show it differently is if it has sub-hourly modeling. You're looking at hourly pricing and hourly modeling. So if it can, when you in 5 and 10 minute range, it's not going to pick up specifically what you're saying.
Okay. But in this model, if it's dispatched at 100%, it cannot ramp up, correct?
It would have ramped up part of that hour, yes.
Okay. If the model shows the unit not dispatching at all, that would be 0%. It can't ramp down from there, correct?
That's right, it's not economic, it's not online.
Okay. And if we
The
were,
fast ramp rate is why the capacity factor is so high. It can ramp up and down rapidly. And so when the hourly prices change at all, then it's able to match that change quickly. Where other units have a minimum uptime and a minimum downtime, they can't follow that pricing as quickly.
okay, thank you, Ms. Tucker. Let's talk about a different part of that response to 116. Would you look at, and again, this is the supplement, so the March 14th supplement that was provided last week. Do you see that response too?
I do.
At the end of that response, it said, well, would you just read the final sentence there?
Applying a lower output limit to the unit, 2 megawatts or 18 megawatts, would and should produce a higher heat rate than the average as reported in the summary of outputs.
So does that mean that when the units are operating at a lower output, it'll have a higher heat rate than the average?
It does?
Okay. So when the unit's ramping up, it has a higher heat rate than the average?
It does, but for a very short period of time because it ramps so quickly it gets to full output rapidly, which is at the best heat rate.
Full output is the best heat rate.
Yes.
So if EKPC held the dispatch of the RICE units below 100% in order to allow for ramping, then the units would have a heat rate that's higher than the average because they've been held below 100%?
Only if the average is is the load at 100%. The average is where the units are up and down.
And that average is 73% for the heat rate for the RICE units.
73% doesn't have anything to do with the heat rate.
Ah, tell us what, you just said that average, what's the average?
We're showing the full load heat rate in that first line. We're not showing the average heat rate there.
Do you show the average heat rate?
Not in that spreadsheet.
Ah, is it somewhere else in the record?
We provided the heat rate with the model inputs.
Got it,
Which
thank
was
you.
confidential.
I'm
Excuse me?
not gonna
I
ask
think
you.
that was confidential.
Okay, I won't
Okay.
ask you to pull up confidential information. This is all information that was provided to us last week, so I appreciate you walking through its significance here. I would like to ask you just a couple of questions about the energy forwards that are used in this in the model for JI 3.5, or in the spreadsheet that's at JI 3.5. Could you pull that up? Or just in front of you? You have 3.5 in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. This lists the energy forward used for 2029 for the RICE units. And that's listed at $52.19 per megawatt hour. Is that correct? That's on row 6.
That's the average for the year, yes.
Okay. And then if we go to row 22, we see the same thing, but for the CT units. So the average energy forward used, and that's the same, 52.19, correct?
The locational marginal price, yes, it does, it's the same between
Okay.
the two.
Now, under the analysis that you've just laid out, and that we talked about earlier, the RICE units are dispatched at roughly twice the amount of the CT units?
Yes,
And would that imply that the RICE units are dispatched at a lower locational marginal price than the CT units?
they were both dispatched across the same hourly locational marginal prices. They were
Okay.
both offered to be dispatched, modeled against the same hourly LMPs.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Tucker. I'd like to turn your attention to the response to Sierra Club 3-2. And specifically subsection G. Now, in G, we asked about the frequency of routine.
Give me just a second.
Oh, sorry. Let me know when you're there. I don't mean to rush you.
Okay.
So in G, we asked about the frequency of routine maintenance. Would you read the final sentence of your response to G?
Additional run hours increase maintenance frequency, but the maintenance schedule is still maintained without additional activities required. Estimated costs for maintenance considered a 60% capacity factor on a yearly basis.
Okay, so the operations and maintenance expenses for this production cost modeling are based on a 60% capacity factor?
The maintenance, Mr. Johnson's group would plan on the maintenance factors, and this is saying it was, the numbers that we used were based on a 60% capacity factor.
Got it. And if those costs would be higher if the plant operated at a higher capacity value, correct?
Well, the costs are based on a dollar per megawatt hour basis.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure the average dollar per megawatt hour would be higher. The hours would be more, so it would occur more often within that, but I don't know that the average would be higher.
Okay. And if these maintenance expenses were higher, the variable cost of production, that would be higher?
If variable O&M changes, the production cost would change.
Got it. And so the higher that cost of production, that would create a lower dollars per megawatt hour, and so it would reduce the dispatch of the unit, is that correct?
The change in the dollar per megawatt hour, the cost of the unit would change the dispatch of the unit, I think is what you're asking.
That is exactly my question, yes.
Okay.
And your answer is?
Yes, a change in the dollar per megawatt hour would be expected to change the dispatch.
We are in agreement.
Okay.
But the revenue side of this production cost modeling for the RICE units was based not on a 60% capacity factor, but a 73% capacity factor?
It was based on what's in that spreadsheet.
Which was 73, I think, correct?
It's a result of the modeling, yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Tucker, I have only a few questions left for you. I want to turn your attention to a whole different topic, electric vehicles.
Okay.
In your testimony, you went through the 2024 long-term load forecast. That's what you talked about Mr. Gary with. Do you have your testimony in front of you?
I do.
Would you turn to page 8, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you see lines 9 to 11?
I do.
Would you read us just the first sentence that begins on line 9 with the word key drivers?
Key drivers of the 2024 long-term load forecast include native load growth attributed to economic development, and the addition of assumptions for electric vehicle EV penetration.
Okay. I find it somewhat surprising that EV penetration would be a major driver of the utility's load. Does that surprise you or no?
It's a new driver. We were trying to take it into account.
Okay,
It's not a major driver.
understood. Do you happen to know what the expected EV EV, short for electric vehicles, what the penetration is, either in terms of sales percentage or numbers for EKPC's service territory?
It was described in the load forecast report.
Okay. Do you, as I understand it, utilities primarily use two strategies to reduce load from EVs that charge in a residential setting, from residential EV charging. Those being either a time of use rate or a managed charging program where the utility tolls charging on residential EVs so that at times of peak demand. Does EKPC have either a time of use rate or a managed charging program?
I need to answer that in a post-data request. We
Fair.
have asked, I don't know where we're at with that.
Okay. I have a follow-up question that we will also include in a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
I assume if you don't know if you have these, you don't know how effective they are, but.
Correct.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that generally speaking, time of use rates and managed charging are effective at moving residential EV charging to off-peak times?
That's the expectation, yes.
Okay. Ms. Tucker, I really appreciate your time today. I don't have any other questions for you.
Okay, so that's pretty good timing for lunch. We'll take an hour break and come back with the remainder of questions in a second.
You're on, Sharon.
All right. Remind you, you're still under oath,
Yes, ma'am.
ma'am. We are back on the record, and staff can commence questioning.
Good afternoon, Ms. Tucker.
Good afternoon.
My name's Amanda Lawson. I'm going to try to get through your questions as quickly as I can today, and thank you for being so patient with all these questions you've had today. If you have any trouble hearing me, let me know, and I'll repeat my question a little bit louder for you. If there are any questions that are not appropriate for you to answer, I know we've dismissed a lot of the witnesses today, but let me know so we can just add those in a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
First, I want to just ask real quickly, I know Mr. Shoaf asked about several responses to requests for information filed prior to the deadline for intervener testimony, is that correct? A lot
That's
of
my
the-
understanding.
Okay, I just wanted to verify that. And also referring to the production cost modeling that Mr. Shoaf brought up. Are the co-fired units that were referenced in that production cost modeling, are they limited in their capacity factors or output in any way under the current greenhouse gas rules?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And just to clarify, this may be a little bit of a silly question, but I just want to double check. Is there any way to upgrade the transmission system in such a way that you could contract for capacity and import the energy sufficient to satisfy capacity and energy needs to support the southern part of your energy needs so that you wouldn't need the RICE units?
Let me make sure I understand. The need for the RICE units is the generation need
Right.
to serve load.
Right.
So if your question is, could we buy that from the market instead of building it and solve the transmission in the southern part of the state? I believe the answer is no. Could we buy, there's adequate transmission to be able to import capacity and energy into the system now, but it would not benefit the transmission system in the southern part of the state. So all of those issues would still need to be resolved, and all of the transmission investment, and more so than what we have in this case, would be required to satisfy that need.
Okay, all
So-
right, thank you so much. Now, I want to refer you really quickly to the response in staff's third data request, I believe it's attachment 32B. I believe it's an Excel spreadsheet.
Ready to break?
No, we're good.
It's a spreadsheet.
Okay,
Didn't get to
thank
do
you.
it.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a second.
Very good.
I'm sure you,
Tissues.
tissues, give me
I've got some
tissues.
paper towels here.
Awesome, thank you.
Send that.
That's good, that's
All
all
right.
right. You shouldn't do that.
If it ever tends to war humans versus computers, we always go through that.
On that spreadsheet, can you describe what's included in those charges listed
In the
in the
fuel and market forwards,
Yes.
the column C is Columbia Mainline. That's the gas, forward gas purchases delivered to the Liberty Station. It's referred to as Columbia Mainline because that's where we're getting the gas from. So that's the natural gas prices expected at that site.
Okay. And the amount provided in the response in 3.2b, the amount provided is in dollars per unit. Can you clarify what the unit of measurement is used for natural gas pricing? Is that MMBTU, or is that
It's
volume?
generally dollars per decatherm, but a decatherm is roughly equivalent to an MMBTU. So they're used interchangeably. And if this is coming off of the quotes, I'm not positive which they use. I think that's per million, but I'm not positive.
Will the RICE units require a minimum natural gas pressure?
They will, but I do not know what that is.
Okay. Do you happen to know what the necessary or preferred heat value of the natural gas to be supplied for the units would be?
I do not. That would be a Brad Young or Mr. Johnson question.
We'll put that in a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
As a post-hearing data request, would you be able to provide the current contract or draft of special contract with Columbia for this facility?
We have a draft precedent agreement.
Okay. Would you be able to provide that draft in the post-hearing data request?
I believe so. It would be confidential, but it's not yet signed.
Okay.
Would be the only concern.
Okay, I'm gonna refer you now to EKPC's response to staff's DR 4.2.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see, item 2 at the bottom of page 2. Discuss the 300 megawatt hydropower PPA, and there's reference made to indicate that that may be in jeopardy. Can you provide an update on that?
Yes, ma'am. We are still, we have a current contract for hydro energy that goes through the end of this year. And we have been negotiating for a long-term to have a total 10-year contract with them that would come to the commission for approval. We had, I thought, agreement in generalities. We've been trading contracts back and forth, but recent communication is they have another buyer for that same hydro energy, and I'm not sure we're gonna be able to complete that. I've not completed it to date, and it's not gone for sure, but it is in jeopardy, I guess, is how we label it.
Okay. So currently, would you classify that as being in a bidding war with?
It is.
Okay. Do you have any alternate proposal if you don't win that bidding war?
Do not currently. We would have to find, that contract is a 12-month a year, is year-round. We might be able to go to a seasonal, to a winter PPA and find something else as opposed to replacing it exactly all the way around, but we've not. I don't have anything in hand yet.
What is the current status of the special contract negotiations with the company in Marion County?
I'm not sure I understand.
We can follow that up with more clarity in a posting
Okay.
request. I'm going to refer you now to Exhibit JJT3. So there was, the revised version that was filed, but there's also the original JJT three that was submitted with your, direct testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
There are several changes between the two of those. Specifically, there appears to be, in the existing summer capacity, there appears to be an additional 30 megawatts
Yes,
of
ma'am.
capacity. There's also an addition, the CCGT and capacity additions, the timeline appears to be advanced. Can you just walk us through what you did differently to create those changes between the third quarter and the fourth quarter?
Yeah, between which
Between the
original?
original exhibit and the revised one?
Yes, ma'am. So-
The original one appears to be from quarter three, and then the revised one states it's from quarter four.
The reason for the change in the summer capacity is we found a miscalculation in the ELCC category that gave an additional 30 megawatts of capacity. So this is the chart I used earlier that's a subset of that. This load, the existing capacity is 30 megawatts more than what it was in the original chart that we supplied in JJT.
And that was just from the miscalculation?
And that was just from the calculation of the ELCC.
Okay.
So not a miscalculation, or it was?
There was an incorrect ELCC value used, which caused a miscalculation.
Do you know, was it a particular year that you can come up with a unit where the miscalculation occurred?
It occurred through the whole, it impacted this 2610. So it went all the way through. I don't remember exactly which unit or units it was.
Okay.
We do have, if I can share it, and it can be entered. We've developed a chart that shows every unit that we have, so you can see exactly where the total comes from. These are our adjusted ratings. This is the summer rating without ELCC, and then the ELCC adjusted rating, and this is the 2610 that you see there. And then we have the winter ratings for each unit.
Is that already in the record?
I don't believe it's spelled, they're in there, they're summarized by unit in the record, but we can provide this with more detail. It's the same values that are there, total.
Looking at the SEPA total, the line right above the total,
Yes,
where
ma'am.
we see the 170, the
Yes.
149, and then the 170 in the winter rating.
Yes.
Going back to the revised expansion plan, can you kind of explain how that compares to the 300 hydro PPA in the winter season and the 9 in the summer?
The SEPA, the SEPA, that 300 doesn't have anything to do with this.
Okay. But with the ELCC ratings, the penalty for the ELCC ratings, would that be the difference there? Would that relate at all?
For the 9 megawatts that you saw on make sure I'm telling you. On the expansion in the JJT3, there's a line that says 9 megawatts of hydro added. We issued an RFP for 300 megawatts of renewable energy for another project last year, and we started the negotiations from that. That was the 300 we just talked about. There was an additional 9 megawatts offered in that we were negotiating for as well. That one's gone. So that 9 was in our original plans because we were trying to contract for that. It is no longer available either. So, and then the 300 was the 300 we just talked about on the contract.
So if this expansion plan were to be updated, would that 9 in the hydro PPA summer, would that go away?
It would.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to, also continuing to look at Exhibit JJT3 and also response to staff's DR1, item 3. It explains the 7% reserve margin for the winter period. PJM requires EKPC to have a certain amount of generation capacity over and above its peak load forecast. Is that correct?
For summer.
For summer, summer season only. Can you state what PJM's requirements are for EKPC's installed reserve margin and forecast pool requirements for the 25-26 year?
For the 25-26, the installed reserve requirement for PJM is 17.7%. So the way that auction is held, and we'll go back to the summary one we had up there. So PJM forecasts its entire load expectation. And they take their load plus the installed reserve margin, and they set a minimum so that's the minimum number of megawatts that have to clear in the RPM, in the base residual auction for capacity. It can clear higher than that based on pricing, but that's the minimum. So then they run the auction and they get the pricing. And they either buy that minimum or more based on, again, on pricing. And then each PJM member gets allocated their proportionate share of that number of megawatts that they purchased, if that makes sense. So we don't have they don't give us a peak load and a reserve margin. It's built into the entire system. We get our proportionate share allocated to us. And that's what we attempt to estimate in our summer obligation here. So that's why we modify our peak load. We say based on what we've seen, what actual experience has happened, we took our expected peak load and reduced it to what PJM allocated to us and said that we believe is our summer obligation. We put a reserve margin on that because we want to make sure we cover that obligation. We don't want to be short because of the pricing in the capacity market, especially now with the last few clearings that we've had. So that's where the 7% reserves came in to this calculation up here that we looked at, is to make sure that we're able to sell at least as much as we have to buy from that market to hedge that cost exposure.
So the 7% is your proportionate share?
That's just the 7% is what we're building in as reserves to make sure that we're well hedged. This load obligation is what we're trying to estimate that PJM will allocate to us. Those rules change each year, and you know that, and so we're trying, but based on history and what they have allocated to us recently, our peak load less 6% is about what we've been obligated out of the summer capacity auction, or out of the base residual auction.
Okay.
It's confusing, I know. So we sell all of our capacity in, but when we sell it, they adjust it by the ELCC. So the amount of megawatts that we can sell in is this 2610 that we've been talking about, that I just showed you the breakdown of. We can't sell the full, we have over 3,100 megawatts of installed capacity, but we can only sell this 2610, that's the ELCC adjusted value. And so we have adequate capacity to sell in the first 2 years, but we start getting short and need more even in the summer as we go through here without additional from what we have today. Is that?
And that's as soon as summer of 2027, right? Even in the
That's as
summer.
soon as the summer of 2027,
And
that's
that's
correct.
all just based on that ELCC.
That's correct. And that's from our price risk within PJM. We've got capacity to serve load. This is this is making sure that we can hedge the costs that we're gonna incur in that capacity market. We can talk about winter, but if you're ready to get there or not.
And you've been running 6%, did you say?
Yes, what they actually charge us for our load obligation has been about 6% less than what we forecasted our summer peak to be. Our summer peak has been, the actual peak load is still coming in close to what we're estimating. But what they're charging us on the UCAT has been below that.
But you're going to 7%, right?
We're adding the
Adding the
7%
7%.
onto it just to have a buffer in case they change rules, in case our calculations are wrong. We do have a real high peak in our proportionate share changes, that type of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Is that?
Yeah, thank you. So just making sure I understand, and sticking with the staff's DR3, item 1, and the JJT3 exhibit. And I want to make sure I understand the logic of using ELCC is that it better estimates what a generation unit's output would be based on a unit's average historical output at the time of PJM's peak periods. Is that correct? Do I understand that?
That's PJM's, yeah, out.
PJM's, okay. Which would explain why EKPC doesn't have to use that methodology in the winter.
Correct.
Correct, okay. From a conceptual and planning perspective, can you explain why the same logic wouldn't apply to a winter peaking utility like EKPC?
So that's for the whole PJM system, that's how they plan theirs. For the winter peak, PJM says winter's covered with this, but East Kentucky's load is not, we know that. We know we have as much as 1,000 megawatts of difference between summer and winter. And so when we're trying to estimate how much we need for our winter load, we know our units, so we could either use an E4D on those, or we can assume that they're there, that the market is there, and that our units are available. And so if I could do the same thing for winter, if that's okay. So we have multiple planning criteria that we need to meet. We need to meet the PJM obligations, but we need to meet the East Kentucky load serving obligations as well. So this line is our winter peak load estimate, and this is net of interruptible load. Okay, so we've already taken off the load that we believe can be interrupted, So it gets full capacity value through this. So this is net of interruptibles. And then in this case, we're adding the 7% reserve. Again, that's just to say, if it's extreme above what we believed it would be, we've got some buffer there. If the units are not operating fully, we've got a little buffer there. We used to carry 12 to 15% when we were a standalone BA. So this is well below what we were carrying standalone. It takes into account we've got the market to help us with the props up, but we still can't forecast exactly what that number's gonna be, all right? So we've got the winter plus the 7% tells us how much capacity we need to serve our native load reliably. Doesn't have anything to do with PJM. That's just East Kentucky serving its load if we weren't in there. So we've got this much existing, and that's full value. That's not been reduced by ELCC or forced outage rates or anything else. That's the nameplate of our existing capacity in there. So any ELCC or E4D or anything else, we would say is encompassed in this 7% reserves.
Ma'am, how did you go from 15% to 7% on those reserves?
By joining the PJM market.
Isn't that a lot?
When we first went in, Mr. Commissioner, we thought that our winter load would be covered by the market. And so that was a big savings to the East Kentucky system, to not have to carry this much generation, because we do have almost 1,000 megawatts difference. We joined June 1 of 2013. I don't know if you remember, but in January of 2014, the polar vortex hit. And our load, and it was shown earlier, our load went way higher than we'd seen ever before. We relied on the market, and we were glad we were in the market. We had, and it was served, but it was served at a cost. And when we went back through to get that cost recovered through the FAC, the commission said, no, you didn't have enough capacity. You can cover costs up to your highest cost unit in the FAC, but past that, you're on the hook for it because you didn't have enough. So we quickly learned that that wasn't a good strategy, it wasn't a good idea to rely on that. So we then bought the Bluegrass station. Remember, there's 3 CTs at Bluegrass that were existing. They had been a merchant facility tied to the LG&E system. When it was built, it was in MISO. They exited MISO, that left that plant there, and we were able to buy it as a stranded asset. We'll go back to what we talked about this morning, the load that East Kentucky has on the LG&E KU transmission system allows us to be able to run that generation without additional transmission expense, as long as we have enough load to cover that generation on there. I'm going into a lot more there than you wanted, but that's kind of how we got here. So now the Bluegrass then got us to where we had enough to cover our winter, our summer, but since, and Allison likes this term, when Elliott came, it rocked our world. I mean, we saw more load show up than we ever anticipated was out there. And it was on a holiday. You know, it wasn't even a weekday. It was right before Christmas. So there was several things not even on. We saw it that year. We said, well, gee, you know, I don't know whether that's a one-off or whether, we've seen it for 3 years now. So we need additional capacity to serve that load. We're behind on where we need to be with that, and that's what these numbers are showing here.
If PJM, I believe they're considering moving to ELCC accreditation in the winter, have you thought about, has the EKBC thought about how to address that?
Not specifically. I mean, we've heard they're throwing out several things, but I don't, we have not studied what that would look like yet.
Do you recall the winter reserve margin used in developing the 2022 IRP?
We did not include a winter reserve, Mark. We left the reserves to the market.
Okay.
We planned for 100% of our peak load and then didn't put any reserves on it. And again, that goes back to Elliott. And we said, that doesn't work well. Up to that point, we thought that that we had plenty of reserves in the winter, given the market where we were at. It showed the weakness in that assumption.
So sticking on the subject of the 7% winter reserve margin, on page 3 of the DR1 item 3, the response to item 3, it states that in the extreme event used in this analysis assumes 13 Fahrenheit as the peak producing temperature every 2 years. What's the basis for that assumption?
I'm sorry, can you tell me which one again?
Let's see. In staff's, the response to staff's DR1 item 3.
Okay, on the 1 and 10.
And it's, let's see if I can find exactly where. I have page 3 of that response, but let's see if I can find the line item.
I found it.
You found it?
Yes.
Okay. Here. I believe it's at the.
So that was based on the actual results from Winter Storm Elliott. So Winter Storm Elliott, the temperature didn't get as low as we would typically expect for a winter peak day. The wind chill was very low, and the drop changed extreme, and it lasted for roughly 48 hours. So that's what this is referencing, is for our extremes every 2 years, we assume that we meet that same kind of load again.
So would you agree that the assumptions in this analysis contribute to an increase in the forecasted peak load?
No, not in the peak load. It set the 7% for reserves.
Okay. Now I'm going to refer you to your direct testimony, pages 22 through 24.
Okay?
On page 23, you provide a cost comparison between F-class CTs and RICE units.
Yes, ma'am?
How do F-class CTs compare to other classes such as H-class CTs?
There's a difference in size between F and H. H is newer technology. It was not a technology that F is very well-seasoned, very, very much employed across the United States. There's lots of units, lots of spare parts next to it. H is newer and just not as well-defined. We felt like the F, or we feel like the F fits the East Kentucky system and model better than the larger H-class system. There's nothing wrong with either way. It's just, it's more tried and proven, I guess.
And are the F-class CTs what's modeled in EKPC's IRP and in the 2024 00370 case?
Yes.
On page 24, lines 2 through 3 of your direct testimony, can you explain why the CT's run times are limited due to air permits?
And I believe Mr. Purvis addressed this yesterday. It is because of the way the permit was actually negotiated and settled into. Why one is different than the other, I don't know for sure how they are. I just know that our Bluegrass Station air permit's different than our Smith Station air permits, and even the units at Smith Station have different restrictions around them based on air permits. And it's what's in place at that time that the air permit is developed and what is acceptable or negotiated at that point.
I'm gonna now refer to Exhibit JJT4.
I'm not sure where that's at. Did that come with one of our,
We got JJT 1, 2, and 3 liquor testing.
Actually, it might be 3, let me see. I might have that mislabeled. Is it 3? Okay, it's 3. We'll go back to JJT 3 then, my
Okay.
mistake. Mr. Moser mentioned yesterday how the rice units are exempt from the greenhouse gas rules. Would current greenhouse gas regulations affect your planned NGCC, which is projected to come online in, I believe, is it 2029?
that's really a Mr. Purvis question.
Yeah. Would he be the appropriate person to ask all greenhouse gas related questions to?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to address this entire section to him. In response to the AG's second DR, question 1, it was stated that change in the administration would not affect CPCM proposals in any way, and that EKPC states that it's still committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions published in its sustainability plan by 35% by 2035. In a post-hearing data request, can you provide quantitative support or rate impact of EKPC's goal in reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 35% by 2035?
Yes.
Okay.
We can provide an estimate of that.
Thank you. Let's see. We've also had some mention to Winter Storm Elliott and some of the interruption that caused. I believe in joining case, the 2024-00370 case that's been incorporated into the record here, there was a response to a data request where a mention was made of some units that went offline for extended periods that resulted in loss of 400 megawatts of capability.
Your Honor, I just want to clear something up. 370 wasn't incorporated into this case. 310 was incorporated into 370. So 370 wasn't incorporated into this case.
Okay, we'll skip that one. Can you give me the update on the current status of the ERA renewables project?
The new era. East Kentucky received the obligation letter in January stating that what the total program looked like. But we do not have, each project has to be specifically approved and financed in that case. And we do not have any, we don't have any specific financing approved yet. So it's still, assuming that moves forward, we're in the next steps. But We're not there yet.
Okay. All right, outside of that, since we don't have the record from 370 Incorporated, in a post-hearing data request, since we have made mention to Winter Storm Elliott, would you be able, in a post-hearing data request, to provide documentation on the loss of capability during that storm?
Yes, I believe we had referenced it in another case, and we can pull that again.
Okay, we'll follow up on that here. I believe that's all the questions that I have.
Mr. Stacy?
I don't have any questions.
Question.
First of all, thank you for walking us through this. It's been very helpful today. One question, battery storage was mentioned earlier today, but that's just for storage, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of any battery that's being tested for generation?
You could use it to move generation from one time period to another.
Okay.
So I believe the question is, could you use it, could you store it, and then use it as some of this peak capacity? If you had if you had the generation to store it, yes. During Winter Storm Elliott, one of the things that came up was there's a very large hydro facility that's a pump storage hydro. So you pump it up and then you release it, release the water to the hydro when you need it. So once it was released, there was never a period they could pump it back. There was not enough electricity to pump it back up. So the storage facility during those extreme conditions poses a problem. You can use it the one time that you initially release it, but it was not useful for the remainder of that extreme period.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Good afternoon. In your testimony, you talked about how DSM and EE had both been evaluated but would be included in the next CPCN. Why not include them in this one?
Their impacts are here. So the impact to the load forecast is included, so they're built into the load forecast numbers. The actual approval for the programs is included in 370.
Okay.
But
So the
the
valuation
value
was included.
the valuation was
Okay.
included.
And this is, I hope, a fairly simple answer, but, how does EKPC decide that 7% is the right amount for your planning reserve? How do you, as simply as you can explain, how do you arrive at the
So we
decision that 7% is the right amount?
We looked at, and we've talked, it is confusing, we've looked at if you had a winter storm Elliott every 2 years, so you had an extreme event for 48 hours every 2 years, how much would you have to carry above your expected peak load to be able to serve that?
Okay.
And then we also looked at what is a 1 in 10 loss of load expectation. And 7% just kind of comes back to that covers that risk.
That would cover the LOLE as well
As
as
the
a storm every 2 years,
Yes,
or storms just like Elliott every 2 years.
it is.
Okay.
It's just an estimation of the risk that you're looking at and that you want to cover.
Okay. And then, to be clear, no retirement of any type of generation is gonna be caused by the Liberty Rise project.
That's
So
correct.
Approved. And then, we talked about how, by summer of 2027, based on the new guidelines from PJM for ELCC, you might be short as much as 200 megawatts. If I read it correctly, page 15 at the bottom of your testimony is where I saw that.
Page 15 of what?
At the bottom of your testimony.
Okay. That's correct.
Okay. And this project is about 214 megawatts if all units were running. But it won't be ready by 2028, until 2028, end of 2028, best case scenario, or?
Yes,
Okay, is that best case scenario?
That's
or
best
is that-
case scenario.
Okay. What will you do in the meantime, if that's true, if you're 200 megawatts short, just buy from the market
yes.
at a higher
From the market
cost?
or bilateral, if you could find one, but you would expect the bilaterals to reflect market pricing,
Bilateral, like a PPA?
PPA,
Okay.
yes.
And then, let's see, on page 17 of your testimony, you talked about how with the reserve margin added, EKPC could be short, oh no, sorry, that was on page 15 as well. You thought you'd be short in the winter by 200 megawatts. That was, sorry, I said summer a minute ago, but that was the winter. How much would you be short for the summer, by 2027?
We're looking at 46 megawatts.
Okay, 46 megawatts, so that's much easier to replace with just a PPA or something. Okay. And beyond that, really can't plan, other than PPAs and buying from the market.
Correct. In the short time.
I think that's about what I had. Do we have follow-ups from parties, and then I'll go to redirect? Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Stacy.
Due to the perceived, at least, extreme weather that we're experiencing, have you considered moving from your 7% reserve to a higher reserve?
Not to date, we've moved from 0 in the 2022 IRP to this 7%. So that's the move we've made so far. But
Well, that wouldn't, I mean, that necessarily wouldn't help your situation really anyway, I guess, would it? To move it up to 8 or 9 or something?
correct.
It would or it wouldn't?
It would help. I mean, if you moved it up, you'd be better covered. We don't want to go so extreme that we're causing huge investment that's not
It's not being used?
needed.
Yeah. Okay.
Follow-up from Steph?
Just have one more question. You're getting 12 of these, if approved, you're getting 12 of these price units. Do you intend to, as you get them built, do you intend to bring them online as they're completed, or do you plan to wait until all 12 units are completed before bringing them online and having them generating?
That's probably a Brad Young question, but my understanding is we would have them all built before we would bring them online, but that's my assumption. I don't know that to be a fact. We could follow up.
Redirect?
I have a few. Sorry, Julie. But there's been a lot of talk about the long-term load forecast and the 2024 load forecast. Is that the load forecast that's gonna be used for the 2025 IRP that's gonna be filed in a couple of weeks in
Yes, it is.
April? Okay. And can you explain the process for me on how you all develop that long-term load forecast? You know, what that goes into, how long it takes, what approvals? There's been a lot of talk about all of that and how long, maybe from August to December, that you had there. So can you kind of
Correct.
tell me about that?
Sure. So we started in early 2024 with the updating the assumptions, updating the economic drivers, that everything that would go in, and we develop a preliminary load forecast for each owner member. Then each of those forecasts are shared with the owner members, and then we meet with them, and we go through the assumptions and what the results have shown, and then we talk about what they see that might be different than what we're seeing, and if they have a reason for a driver or not. Would say on one, in particular, we talked about the
energy changing so much from the even the 2022 load forecast to 2024. Well, what we learned in the owner member meeting was that our largest customer was doubling their production line. So that drove the energy to go up, even though you didn't see a customer go up. You didn't see anything underneath it because of that conversation. The energy is pushed up to reflect what is expected with this expansion that's going on. So we go through those and we iterate and we get, we come to consensus between the owner member and East Kentucky because it is their load forecast. They're taking that then and making investments into their distribution systems based on that load forecast. So come to consensus. Those values then we take and we add up, and then we add losses and anything else that's specific to East Kentucky to get to the East Kentucky number. But each of those owner members then take their load forecast to their board of directors to get them approved. And then once all of those approvals come back in, then we build up we provide the East Kentucky board the review of the East Kentucky load forecast. And we give them 3 months to review that. We take it to the committee for initial review, and then we'll go the next month seek committee approval, and board will get their initial review, and then we go back for the board approval. So it'll take up to 3 months. So the data and the analysis was, we actually pushed them to complete that in time to be able to use in this filing. But the report itself was not completed and approved until December of 2024. That's then sent to the Rural Utility Services, who is our lender, for approval. Our US says we have to have a valid load forecast every 2 years. We need it to be within every 2 years for financing cases.
And then there's been a lot of talk about your winter peak and what that has been at. How does your winter peak impact your need?
Well, our winter peak is driving our need. Our load is highest in the winter, and even though we're a PJM member, has a summer peak, East Kentucky is a load serving entity and a utility in the state of Kentucky that's obligated to serve its load, and winter is our highest peak. And the 3 past winters have shown our winter peak to be far higher than we expected it to be prior to December of 2022.
And then why is it important to have a mix of generation assets instead of having all CTs or all combustion cycle, combined cycles? Tell me.
So historically, when we were a balancing authority on our own, you wanted to add generation that matched your load profile. So we have about a 50 to 55% load factor. That means our peak load, our average load is about 55% of our peak load. And so we had roughly half of our generation was base load, so it was there all the time. Roughly half of our generation was peaking, which is the combustion turbines that you only use a small portion of the time. As we went into the market, then our base load, our coal, is very favorable in the market, so it gets dispatched a lot. It's economically dispatched. Our CTs only get dispatched during the peak periods, as you would expect. And so all the energy that we have between our base generation and our average load generally has been served with market purchases. So it was cheaper to serve it from the market than to turn on a CT. But it leaves you a lot of price exposure between your base load generation and your CT. There's $20 to $30 per megawatt hour difference between those. We've been buying it from the market, and as long as there's excess in the market, it's been very favorable. But we are at a you've got an unhedged position there, if you will. And if you look at our FAC cases, it's running 30 to 35% of our load is coming from market purchases. So as we build this next set of generation, it's an opportunity then to go in and cover and hedge a lot of that energy that that's been on the market and been riding without a hedge. The other thing that happens is when you have, like coal, we buy coal and have it on the ground. We know what the price of that fuel is, so you've got a price hedge on that energy. The combustion turbines are run so seldom that you don't buy firm transportation, you can't afford to buy firm transportation to them. And you can't afford to hedge them very far into the future because you don't know how much you're gonna run them. If you buy the hedge and you force them to run, then you create a position where you're incurring more fuel costs than you need to because you forced it in. When you have these RICE units or the combined cycle that we're going to talk about in the next case, you're able to predict how much you expect those to run. And so you can buy the fuel for those similarly to what you do for the coal. You'll hedge it, you'll buy it ahead of time. And when these peak periods hit, like what just happened in January, even February this year, you will have that gas already bought at, we saw as much as a third or more. We had to pay 2 to 3 times more during the winter storm periods than we would have had we been able to buy it ahead of time. So we spent, I don't remember how much we spent now on fuel, but we spent a lot of money on gas in January this year. I don't want to say the number, I'm not sure I've got it correct, but had we been able to buy that forward, we could have spent about a third of what it cost this. So putting these types of units on provide us an opportunity to hedge that fuel cost that we can't do with a combustion turbine or can't do today. And it gives us a value that's not been incorporated into these numbers. It's an added value that's there. But it doesn't show up because you don't run all the extremes through the economic evaluations.
And what your explanation just was, does that kind of go towards, when staff's question was asking you, could you just buy all of the capacity or the generation and just upgrade your transmission system and not do RICE? Does that kind of go towards why you would not want to do that and rely on the market?
You do not want to rely on the market. If you bought, you'd have to buy ahead and know your price. You do not want to rely on the market to serve this load, no.
And then you've talked a little bit about the winter storms, and Winter Storm Elliott, I think you talked about this a little bit. That happened on a day when a lot of your industrial customers or something wasn't up and running because it happened, around Christmas time, is that correct?
That's correct.
So if all of those had been online and running, would your peak have been more?
We would have expected it to be, we've estimated roughly 200 megawatts more, but that's an estimate.
Yeah. And then kind of the same thing happened this year with Winter Storm Enzo, is that correct? You had one of I think it was Enzo, you had one large customer that wasn't on during that time?
That's correct. We were 10 megawatts under our all-time peak, but in that number, our largest customer was not online and operating at full load, which was about 150, 160 megawatts that would have been, had they been online, we would have expected to have exceeded our peak significantly this year. But another way of saying that is our load, not counting the interruptible, peaked this January. Even more so than what we've seen the last 2 years.
And then I believe you answered this when Commissioner Reagan was asking you a question about the batteries. Those do not generate, correct? They just store excess generation if you have excess generation.
That's correct.
And then I just want to clear up one other thing. Earlier, I think it was when Mr. Gary was asking you questions about how many rice units were in the United States. And he said that yesterday it was said there was 25. Is it your understanding that that's not 25 in the entire United States, that that's just what your contractor Burns and Mac had been involved in?
That was my understanding, that it is specifically what our engineering firm had been involved with.
Okay. All right, nothing further?
Yes, just one quick follow-up.
Yeah.
About something she just asked specifically. Just about the long-term load forecast, relatively quick question. You said that after your board approves it, that happened in December of 2024, it was sent to RUS.
Yes.
Have they approved it yet? Or is that still ongoing?
I'm not certain. I can
Okay.
get you an answer to
We might
that,
ask
but I'm
about
not
that
sure.
post-hearing. Okay, thank you, that's all.
Redirect?
No.
All right. Does that conclude your witnesses?
Yes, it does.
Any reason why Ms. Tucker may not finally stand up?
No. I do have one note. During my initial cross-examination, I omitted to ask to move to admit the exhibit, the 2025 PJM load forecast document that I brought up. We did lay some foundation. She was familiar with it. She had reviewed it as part of her role.
We have no objection to the
I think that was the only one I was completely comfortable with.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Tucker, you may strip that down and relax. Okay, so any other motions at this time?
Your Honor, I don't know if it's a motion exactly, but yesterday, staff received a copy of an email from the Bar Association that resolved the issues related to the ProHoc Vice. However, it was not ever put in the record. And so there's nothing in the record right now to reflect any of that conversation, although we were satisfied with what they had provided, so we definitely need to get that in the record.
Your Honor, I'm happy to file it, and just, if this ever happens again, what the Bar Association told me was that they don't approve that, they just make a switch in their paperwork, it's not an approval process, so.
As far as the rules show, you know, they are supposed to, so that Ms. Dexter will awesome. Thank you. All right. Get requests out, by March 21st. Any post-hearing data requests? And is March 28th adequate to get those answered? I know that's a short time frame. We've got a final order due May 20th.
We've got, We've got another set in that 370 case due that same day, I think, as well. Could we have until that Monday, the 31st? Just so if we need to work on them over that weekend.
I was gonna say simultaneous briefs by April 4th. Would that still be possible if we did 31st on the,
Your Honor, I think Sarah's gonna like a
Responses?
little more time if we get the responses on the 31st.
That would give us a little less than a week for
Yeah.
briefing.
so if we did 31st, because we do usually give more than a week to respond to post-hearing data requests. If we did the 31st, let's see. Steph, what do you think about initial briefs then? What day of the week is the 7th? Initial simultaneous briefs by Monday the 7th. So 21st for initial requests, 31st for responses, and then that gives you a full 7 days to evaluate those responses before you do the simultaneous initial briefs on the 7th.
Could we do it on the 11th? I think I was thinking the 11th and then the 18th, giving them more time. That way. That
Nobody
still
objects
gives
to
us-
more time, I assume?
No.
None here.
The staff can do that, because we gotta get this order, okay. So the 11th then, instead of responding, we're gonna do initial briefs on the 11th. And then, a week later, the 18th. What day of the week is that?
That'll be Friday.
Okay.
And And just to be clear, that's initial simultaneous initial briefs
Simultaneous
and
initial.
simultaneous reply?
Yes.
Okay.
Simultaneous initial briefs 4/11, simultaneous responses by 4/18, and then we're gonna get an order out May 20th.
Thank you very much.
Anything further? I'm Mariah. All right. Anything further before we adjourn? All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Skip the
Thank you.
gavel. We're adjourned.